council meeting, and hopefully we'll go through the agenda fairly promptly. Starting off with, we have apologies for absence. We have Councillors Dave Riley, David Shilton, and Neil Dervis. And just to say that Neil's wife sat away recently, I'm sure we now come to item number 2, which is members' disclosures of pecuniary and non-pecuniary interests. Do we have any? Well, we can't see anybody. No. Okay. Right, so we go on to the minutes of the previous meeting. We've got 2 meetings. One's on the 23rd of July, and we'll start off with that. Do I have a proposal that they be accepted?
Chairman, we're getting a lot of echoes.
Yeah, I'm getting a lot of echoes as well.
Happy to propose that they be accepted, Chairman.
Who's that?
That's Izzy.
Izzy.
Okay. And do I have a seconder? I've got a lot of.
Could I ask members please to turn off their microphones and cameras so that we can minimise any echo?
I will second that, Chair.
Okay, Councillor Butler's going to second that. So can we have a vote on that? All those in favour, raise your hands on the Microsoft Teams, please. That looks fairly positive. Do I have any anybody against? Any abstentions? I'll take that as read then. So we now go on to the minutes of the meeting on the 22nd of September. Can I have a proposal that they be accepted?
Happy to propose those, Chairman. I wonder if I might just suggest that if there's only one microphone on in Shire Hall, that would help. Thank you.
Okay, yeah.
And I'll second that, Chair.
Okay, Councillor second to propose, Councillor Butler to second. Can I have all those who are happy to accept those as read, will they please raise their hands? Okay, that seems quite unanimous, but just to check, anybody against? Any abstentions? Okay, that's passed. Thank you very much. Chairman's announcements. I have no announcements. We have no petitions, and we have no public speaking. So we're now going to go on to the statement of accounts for 2019-20, and I'd like to invite Councillor Peter Butlin to move the recommendations.
Thank you, Chair. It's this annual statement of accounts for 2019-20. It's a piece of housekeeping that we do every year in terms of this gone through the audit committee. It's been kind of signed off by the auditors. And I'll point your attention to the fact that it was reported to Cabinet on the 11th of June 2020. On 3.1, I'm point your attention to the movement in reserves and statements analysis. The changes in each of the authorities' reserves between 2018-19 and 2019-20. So that points out that the balance sheet is a snapshot of the authority's financial position at a point in time, showing that it owns what it owns and owes on the 31st of March 2020. It is divided into 2 halves, and that, as the name suggests, balance. These are assets less liabilities, the top half, and the reserves, the bottom half. So it's a straightforward statement of accounts. I'll draw your attention to item 5.1, and that's the firefighters pension fund statement, which we have to kind of include into these annual statements, which shows that we basically bring the money in and bring the money out, and it goes back into the fund. So that is also in this statement, and It's all pretty straightforward, and I will assume that most people have read it. So I will move that for discussion.
Okay. Do we have a seconder?
Yes, Chair, I'll second that and reserve my right.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Warwick. Right, we have some speakers, and we start off with Councillor Roodhouse. Jerry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, on this wonderful bright blue morning. Housekeeping, it's a good bit of housekeeping, and it does make, it presents the County Council's position, although it be looking back, but it does give some forward-looking elements as well. I did note on page 12 at the beginning of the document, as you're going into it, it talks about the increased reported violence within Warwickshire as well, which I think is concern to all of us, especially going through these times, and does highlight some of the work. On page 21, it's the outlook, and that I think is an element that we should take a lot of notice of. It talks about the COVID and business rates, and of course business rates will hit the authority with some impact, and of course with no comprehensive spending review, we're probably going to get a 1 year rollover of financial. So next year's statement of accounts, I'm sure, will take some interesting reading really of how we're going to balance the books. And on the last page, on 132, 133 towards the end, of course we have the DSG for schools, which £5.2 million deficit. I think, as we all know, the DSG and the way that's going, potentially with this year as well with COVID, we're not going to see the recovery plan perhaps that we thought we were going to see, and that does give some cause for concern because that figure will be increasing. So yeah, housekeeping, I agree with Councillor Butlin, but it's very interesting housekeeping because it gives a lot of the factual details around where the money is within the County Council. Thank you.
Thank you, Jerry. The next speaker is Councillor Kadaka. Keith, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. So as a second while it turns the buttons on and off. The first thing I need to mention is most of these pages have 3 page numbers. So I was looking at page 131 at the bottom, and there's a page number top centre and a page number top right, and we really should have 1 page number on everything. But I'm particularly interested in page 131 because we have the issue of our property values. It states quite clearly that a 9% variation in the value of our properties would be material to the accounts. And with COVID and Brit exit and all the things going on, I think we really need to take a view on whether actually we can just pretend nothing's happened. Clearly, we invest in the property fund, quite a few million, which invests in commercial property. I've said many a time we need to check and make sure that's not losing capital value. And with Brit exit and everything else going on in the world, yeah, we seriously need to look at whether we are stating the values of these things correctly. And also the talk now of us having negative interest rates, which would have a catastrophic effect on many people, particularly older people who invest. And the council itself obviously invests in things that carry interest rates. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Kadaka. I mean, it has been pointed as a point of order. This is how our statement on how our accounts look on the 31st of March. So it is in that particular moment. But anyway, we've got Councillor Andy Crump now. Over to you, Andy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just in response to Councillor Kadaka, as an ex-local government accountant, you can never have enough numbers on a page, as far as I'm concerned. So it's always every little helps, as they say. Yeah, this, again, I'd just like to pass my thanks on to the staff at Dinner and his team, who've been burning the midnight oil, and certainly probably having more and more grey hairs come through looking at all the accounts. I know that it was always a stressful time of the year, and obviously with other demands for their services, particularly from COVID, and councillors asking them questions to do things, they always respond very efficiently and with a smiling face. Whether once the camera's turned off, they're probably not smiling so much when we speak to them, but yeah, great kudos and thanks to our staff. And again, it just shows the value of having a well-run authority with reserves that went up, as you see on note 18, went up from about 193 to 205 million usable reserves. That those reserves come in handy in times of crisis, which has meant we've been able to respond effectively and put out money to where it's needed without having to think, oh, what we're going to have to cut to pay for that. So well done to all the team. Well done to Councillor Butlin for steering the good ship Warwickshire through choppy waters. I like to use the nautical terms in because Councillor Stevens taught me those ones. So there might be a few more nautical terms in the future from me. So thanks everybody and well done. And again, it just shows we are a well-run authority.
Yeah. Thank you, Councillor Crump. The next speaker is Councillor Bill Gifford. Bill.
Yes, I would just like to draw people's attention to how well presented the statement of accounts is. It's done in such a way that what is basically not the most exciting of documents is made as accessible as possible for us and indeed for the wider public. And this is, I think, the second year it's been done in really a real effort's been made to make it accessible. And once again, I'd like to thank the team for having taken the trouble to not just put numbers on the page, but to actually make it an accessible document. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gifford. The next speaker is Councillor Helen Adkins. So, Helen.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, I just wanted to ask a question, really. In relation to the DSG deficit, we did actually pass a motion going back nearly a year, I think now, which would report on how the county was going to support schools in deficit. I can't remember which full council that was that we passed that, but it's getting towards a year now and we haven't had that report. So I wondered when we are going to have that report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have no more speakers, no more amendments, so I'd like to ask the Chief Executive to take the vote.
Could I ask those in favour, please, to raise their hands now? If you are in favour, please raise your hands now. That looks more like it. Keep your hands up, please. So I can see that there are 43 hands up, so that's carried. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Any abstentions? Any abstentions, please raise your hand. I'm not seeing any abstentions. Any votes against for the record?
Chair, I raise my hand for abstention.
Okay.
So you have, Keith, I'm sorry. And Councillor Rickards, is your hand up for an abstention? It's now gone down.
No.
Thank you, Clive. Any votes against? I'm not seeing any votes against, so that is carried.
Thank you very much, everybody. Well, now we come to item number 3 on the agenda, which is the Warwickshire Pension Fund accounts for 2019-20. And once again, I'd like to ask Councillor Peter Butlin to move the recommendations as circulated. Peter.
Thank you, Chair. Part of my duties this year is also to kind of present the Warwickshire Pension Fund accounts of 2019 and 20. This is a very serious part of our kind of duties in terms of kind of pensions for the people who work for us and those who have worked for us. And we take this very seriously. I'll draw down to kind of point 1.4 as of the 31st of March. The scheme has net assets of 2,034,000 2,034 million, a membership of 50,000 and 31 people, and that's the people who kind of are served by this pension fund. And I'll read 1.5 to you in full. The fund level, meaning the value of total assets as a proportion of the value of total liabilities, was assessed as being 92% at the time of 2019 valuation, have increased from 82% at the 2016 valuation, which is a good direction of travel. COVID, unfortunately, has had a subsequent impact on the asset values. The funding level reduced to 83% at the end of 2019-20 financial year and recovered to 86% by August this year. Investment, asset performance and funding level are regularly reported. The Pension Fund Investment Subcommittee, which I believe are going to report in later on in this agenda. So, and also I'll draw your attention to 4.3, that this is known as a letter of representation, and a draft was presented to the Audit and Standards Committee on the 28th of September 2020, and the accounts will be published by the 30th of November 2020. So the pension fund is as stated, it's very detailed, and I congratulate the work to the officers and also the committees involved in this and putting this forward. So really kind of open for comment.
Thank you, Peter. Do we have a seconder?
Yeah, seconded.
Thank you, Councillor Horner. We now go into speakers, and the first speaker I have is Councillor Kandaka. So over to you, Keith.
Thank you very much, Chair. And at the end of the last item, we never got the Peter Button to come back, so I hope he will have a slot to respond to my comments at the end of this one. I'm quite keen that we look at note 20, which is about stock lending. I think stock lending is a very bad idea. This is where something like the pension fund lends our stock to someone like an investment bank or speculators, who then sell shares they don't own. And then at a later date, these speculators buy back the shares they don't own and then give them back to us. I think this is an appalling thing for our pension fund to be doing. It notes that we had no lending at the end of the financial year, but I'm very, very keen that we don't lend at any point during the financial year. Also, as with the previous item, we do have issues with the value of property holdings and the effects of Brexit and COVID. So I do hope we're mindful on the valuations and are not overconfident, particularly considering the dire numbers of COVID cases coming out at the moment. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, I have no more speakers. So, Councillor Horner, you didn't reserve your right to speak. So I'll go back to Councillor Button.
Chairman, if you'd like, as Chairman of the Pension Fund, I could respond to Councillor Condacor, because I might know.
Well, please do that then.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, the 2 points that were made, one was COVID, and the other was the departure of from the European Union and stock lending. The valuation reduction due to COVID has crept back a little, even since this summer. Whether it will continue to creep back, given the current lockdowns and partial lockdowns going on, we don't know. However, net result is that the strategy that we developed last summer, based on a 90 plus funding level, just to confirm everybody, funding level means the value of your investments against the actuarial assessment of what the liabilities are likely to be going forward. And we were well into the 90s. Net result is we're actually going through a new investment strategy process at the moment in order to accommodate the impact of the epidemic and in effect pull back some of that loss. As regards stock lending, that's a standard procedure for funds, and it does bring in some money. And I think that although I can understand Councillor Condacor's concerns, it is actually well established, and certainly the County Council Pension Fund is well protected by the various processes and procedures. but it's a standard procedure for funds. And the property side of it, property's been hit very hard by the COVID epidemic, and again, the strategy will address that. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, John. So I go back to the proposer, Councillor Butlin, to move the recommendations. Peter.
Thank you, Chair. I think John Horner has responded to Keith's questions, and I'm kind of a very great confidence in the pension fund committee anyway. Previously, that was headed up by Bob Stevens, and I'll point out that we will miss him greatly because he was a great advocate for that committee and steering them in the right direction. But I kind of taking that all into account, and I think the questions have been answered, and I move for approval of these papers, please.
Thank you very much, Councillor Butlin. I'll now move again to the Chief Executive to take the vote. Monica.
Could you raise your hands, please, if you are in favour of the recommendations? Raise your hands if in favour. I'm seeing 45 hands in favour. Are there any votes against? Take your hands down, and those against, raise your hands. There's a bit of a lag in the hands going down. If you can take your hands down if you are for, raise your hands now if you are against. Councillors Golby, Coburn, Grand, Seckham, are you voting against? I can't imagine so.
I can't let mine.
Okay, I'm seeing no hands against. Are there any abstentions? I see 2 abstentions, so the vote is carried. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Monica. We now move on to the item number 4 on the agenda, which is the annual government statement for 2019-20. And I'd like to invite Councillor Cam Core to move the recommendations.
Thank you, Chair. The report presents the 2019-2020 annual governance statement for consideration within Appendix on page 215. It has been assessed as a result of the annual governance statement evaluation and assurance gathering process, and there are no significant governance issues or governance failures to report. The Council's key areas of strategic risk are presented as governance challenges in section 5 of the report, along with planned and proposed mitigation. Chair, just to say that the results of the review and the draft annual governance statement were initially considered and endorsed by the Audit and Standards Committee at its meeting on the 20th of July, and the draft was also provided to an external audit for review in July, and then to Cabinet in September with no further updates required. The proposed annual governance statement was then presented with the financial statement to the Audit and Standards Committee on the 28th of September meeting and was recommended for approval, Chair. So the recommendation is for approval, Chair, as set out in the appendix.
Thank you very much.
To take questions. Sorry.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Core. Do I have a seconder?
Yes, Chair.
Okay, thank you.
I'm pleased to second the proposal. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Parminder. Councillor Parminder Singh Birdie is to second that. Do we have any speakers?
Could I just ask, Chair, is Councillor Birdie reserving his right to speak?
So I will, yes, thank you, sorry.
Right. Okay, to start, the first speaker I've got is Councillor Jerry Roodhouse. Jerry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think Teams is not working smoothly today. There seems to be lags and everything going on with hands and the rest of it. So I think we've got some connectivity issues. But I have a question in about connectivity later. So on page 13, you talk about the MTFS and the annual governance and about the savings. I'm hoping that as we go through into the MTFS, and I suppose it's partly also to Peter Butlin, is are we going to be seeing a reset of savings targets in directorates, because quite clearly some of those are unacceptable for them to try to be making, certainly as we go through this period of challenging times. The other one is whether it's possible to have some view of what the Brexit impact plan is for Warwickshire County Council and for Warwickshire, and to have an update on that, and if that could be circulated, please.
Thank you very much. Next speaker I've got is Councillor Kandaka. Keith.
Thank you very much. I'll agree with Jerry that things are a bit slow on pressing buttons. Yeah, generally Warwickshire County Council is well governed. As someone who sits on two councils, I really see the quality of the governance at Warwickshire County Council. But that doesn't mean we don't have a few issues. It is pleasant to be involved in the county council because we do actually listen to each other, and hopefully these issues can be improved. And I hope my comments will be taken on as things that need to be done rather than really as criticisms. But I think one area we do need to work a lot harder on is the environmental things. A lot of things have said this is a sustainable project, this will have carbon reductions, and as we found out at Cabinet last week, someone saying this project will improve air quality everywhere, and quite often these things aren't actually true if you read the details. So I really do hope we actually tighten up, and like we have really good people auditing our accounts, I always have total faith in the county council's accountants. I do think environmental statements do need cross-checking or signing off by someone. I mean, Virginia does a very good job when he wants to do an amendment to actually make sure that when we want to put in a figure, that figure has been checked by the accountants. And with the amount of projects coming forward that are going to be environmental and judged on environmental grounds, I do think we need just someone signing off that our environmental statements are accurate and fair and haven't actually been sort of tweaked to make them sound better than they are. But I say overall, I do want to give the council sort of 9 out of 10 for governance. It really is different, and like here, we always have a chance to speak, which is very fortunate. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kandaka. The next speaker I have is Councillor Bill Gifford. Bill.
Yes, at the Audit and Standards Committee meeting, our excellent chairman, John Bridgman, did express his concerns also about the making sure that this council was prepared for Brexit, for a possibly hard Brexit, and he was very fervent about making sure that the council really was working hard to prepare for such an outcome. And I think it's worth mentioning that again, because it certainly rang true with me that for one reason or another it doesn't appear publicly that we are as concerned as probably we should be. But I would also agree with Keith Kondakor that Keith Kondaka, that in essence the governance of this council is extremely good. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gifford. The next speaker I've got is Councillor John Horner. John.
Thank you, Chair. Just to offer some comfort to Councillor Kondakor, the Audit and Standards Committee, as Councillor Gifford has commented on, reviews the governance, and we do have the auditors are actually looking at governance. It's one of their roles as a public sector auditor to look at the governance procedures and processes. And certainly as regards environmental, that, you know, we do cover that, but I will mention it to the chairman next meeting, and we will see if we can confirm that situation. But certainly at the audit and standards, it wasn't an issue the auditors picked up at all. So one has to assume that they are happy. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Horner. I have no more speakers showing, so I'd like to go over to the seconder, Councillor Parminder Singh Gilberdi. Parminder.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, I would just like to acknowledge the good work done by the officers and the members, really, under trying circumstances. And I think looking at the report, we are doing what we are supposed to be responsible for. We are compliant with the Local Government Act, and I think more importantly, we are good at identifying risks, and a couple of the risks have been sort of raised by the fellow members. We not only identify the risks, but we're good at managing them efficiently and effectively. So, you know, I commend the report. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Parminder. So I now go over to the proposer to move the recommendation. So, Councillor Core.
Thank you, Chair. Just to answer some of the questions on the Brexit issue, as it's a common theme through all the speakers, I would think that everyone would welcome a briefing session of where we are currently in terms of Brexit and our preparations. So I think we can organise that quite swiftly, and so look out for that in your diaries. In terms of the MTFS, Councillor Roodhouse, coming back to your question, it's a massive task, you know, to reset the MTFS, looking at where we are, looking at transformation, and looking at the organisation as a whole, and that's what we're doing currently. Every single department, every single area is being looked at, and so there will be definitely a reset, a refresh for the MTFS going forward. And in terms of Keith Condicor, I think it's about terminology around the environmental impact and the words and how we go forward and use them. You'll see we have common themes now and common terminology around equality, diversity, inclusion, and I think going forward we will need to look at terminology around the environmental impacts going forward. And I'm very pleased that you've scored us as high as 9 out of 10. A 10 out of 10 would have been great. But thank you, Chair. I move the recommendation as laid out.
Thank you, Councillor Core. I'll now once again move over to the Chief Executive to take the vote. Monica.
You're muted, Monica.
So I am. Thank you very much. Those in favour, please keep your hands up. So that's 44 in 47 I'm counting in favour. Are there any votes against? Take your hands down, please. Any votes against? I'll just give it a moment because there is indeed a lag. So if you can take your hands down, please, and only those against raise your hands. So those against raise your hands. Councillor Rickards, your hand is up, is that correct? No.
No. No.
Are there any abstentions? That's fine. Any abstentions? Any abstentions? Raise your hand. I'm not seeing any abstentions. So that's carried, Chair.
Thank you, Monica. Right, we go over to the Councillor Cable, and you've got your hand up. Is that? No, sorry. Okay, so thank you very much, everybody. We now go on to the agenda item number 5, which is about the capital investment fund for the second quarter of this financial year. And once again, I'll invite Councillor Peter Butlin to move the recommendations. Peter.
Thank you, Chair. I'll just before I move on to this motion, I think there's one or two questions that weren't answered earlier, so I'll try and kind of pick up on those questions that were asked. Jerry asked, there was the 5.2 million deficit on the DSG. He's right to kind of highlight this one, and also we're mindful of the fact that that is increasing, but we are lobbying the government in terms of kind of addressing that one, and also kind of we're working on kind of sorting that problem out with regular meetings.
Councillor Butlin, I'm so sorry to interrupt you. We've actually completed the voting on that item now, so what we could do is put those answers in writing.
All right, I'll put them in writing.
Thank you very much.
I don't like to kind of see questions unanswered, but there we go. I'll move on to the motion in hand. Agenda number 5. Capital Investment Fund 2020-21 Quarter 2. This is a list of projects that the Capital Investment Fund have put through Cabinet. I'll itemise them for you at the moment, but it's Kingsway Nursery Children's Centre, which was 5.165 million. There was a Capital Investment Fund for the A3400 in Birmingham Road Corridor, Stratford. That was 6.525 million. There's 2.2 million put towards the A446 to kind of enhance the full capital programme of 2.378. That's for the Stonebridge Junction at Coleshill. It's also in there is the A429 Commentary Road Corridor of Warwick. That was 5.9 million, and finally 1.968 million for a capital investment fund for the procurement of measuring equipment to support evidence-led decision making in tackling climate emergency, air quality, and add to the capital programme. This costing 2.058 million. This is just a kind of a quarter 2. I'm kind of very fond of capital investment fund because this is something that we managed to kind of bring further investment into Warwickshire through the growth of Warwickshire. So we're kind of further investing into that growth. So I'm open for comments and from the floor. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Peter. Do we have a seconder?
Yes, I'll second that, Chair, and I'll reserve my right.
Thank you, Councillor Warwick. Right, we have some speakers, and the first one is Councillor Mark Cargill. Mark.
Thank you, Chair, and I welcome this report, and thank you very much indeed. I'm just commenting on item 2.3, if I may, the Birmingham Road Corridor improvements in Stratford. I've been working on this for some time now with the District Council when I was deputy on that one, and we started to get some work done, and we realised just straight away how problematic it was, and especially considering that the services were missed, and they're significant under that bit of road as well. But we have been working hard with all the authorities on this one to make this scheme work. It's not going to be perfect. At the end of the day, there's not going to be a perfect scheme because it's a very awkward spot, but this feeds into some of the other works which we're considering at the moment, and we have got some grand vision for Stratford to redevelop Stratford as well. And considering it was one of the hardest hit districts in the country, we really need to start getting some of these works done. So I thank the Councillor Butlin for this, bringing this forward, and I'm more than happy to support this, and just hope it helps Stratford's transformation. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Mark. The next speaker is Councillor Kandaka. So, Keith, over to you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Following on from Councillor Cargill, that plan had an environmental sustainability score of 3.2. And whilst there'll always be schemes with low scores, I'm hopeful that some of the other stuff they're going to do in Stratford will have a very high score, because we really do need to look at upping the scores in terms of sustainability. But the main thing I wanted to talk about was this monitoring scheme, which seemed like a really good idea to do more monitoring. And there was talk about privacy, etc. And one thing I hope Councillor Butlin will undertake is that if we are actually monitoring, the data is made live, because we have this problem of spending vast sums of money monitoring stuff, and then the public never know what the numbers are. And we have this in the Neaton and Bedworth, where I have to put freedom of information request in to get the diffusion tube data. So this is a marvellous scheme, but we don't just want it feeding into our transport team. We actually want it feeding into the general public, so they know what the traffic levels are like, the pollution levels like, and make it open data, because open data is really good. It actually means the value of £2 million is not just a value to the county council, it's also then provides a valuable information stream to the public. Thank you.
Thank you, Keith. The next speaker is Councillor Pam Williams. So Pam, over to you.
Sorry, I disappeared then. Yes, I'd just like to thank Councillor Butlin for this, and especially to mention the Coventry Road corridor scheme, because this comes through, affects everybody in my area, particularly with the cycle route on the Coventry Road. The bridge has just been improved, and that's looking a lot better and will enable people to cycle safely across the canal bridge. And also the Toucan crossing on Primrose Hill will also make sure that pedestrians and cyclists will be able to get across more safely. So that's brilliant. I would like everybody to support this scheme. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pam. Next to speak is Councillor Dominic Skinner. So over to you.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to echo some of the points that Councillor Cargill made about the Birmingham Road project. It sits in my county council division. Its improvements to the Birmingham Road is something I've been campaigning on long before I actually became a county councillor. And I know how important the improvements are to the people of that area and Stratford as a whole. I know how difficult this project has been. I've been working with officers on a regular basis, even through lockdown, on moving this scheme forward. So I'd just like to thank all the officers involved who've kind of kept this moving. I'm really pleased that this extra funding is being made available to move this project on, because it will make such a difference to the people living in that area, living and working in around Stratford. Mark's right; it's not going to be it's not a perfect solution, but this work is much needed, and it has been delayed for so long. The can's been kicked down the road a little bit, and now we're starting to see some light at the end of the tunnel. So I think that's a real positive for the people of this particular area. I think Keith makes a good point about the sustainability scores and some of the projects that we put forward. And I have been working with officers in looking at how we can improve that in terms of more connected cycle routes and improved pedestrian access routes, certainly from the Stratford Park and Ride station through into town. So it's something we are definitely looking at, and certainly looking at a more sustainable transport plan for Stratford as a whole. But I just wanted to say thank you to all the officers who've been involved in this project so far, and I'm really looking forward to seeing that first shovel go in the ground. Thank you.
Thank you, Dominic. Next is Councillor Kate Rolfe. Kate.
Thank you. Yes, I just really wanted to echo what Dominic has said. I think Jenny and I, as county councillors in Stratford, since for a very long time, have been dealing with this over a number of years, and it is nice to see these things move forward. Again, it's not been ideal. I echo what Dominic has said, but hopefully things are moving now, and we can see some improvements very soon. Thank you.
Thank you, Kate. Next to speak is Councillor Jonathan Chilvers. Jonathan.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, I just want to say that I think there are a number of really good schemes here and I think overall, I know that highways and officers have been working extremely hard to put some of these through, so I just want to recognise that. I've got 2 points to make. The first is picking up on the conversation on the Birmingham Road, and hearing how, you know, has been a very long time coming. However, all of the other schemes that are being put forward have very high sustainability and climate change scores, and this has a very low score. And so, although I hear why you want to move forward with this, surely it shouldn't have been bought until we could have achieved some of the changes that maybe Dominic was talking about. So I'm just not sure how we can justify bringing forward the scheme when it is graded so low on sustainability, when we talk so much about that. So I guess that's a question for Councillor Butlin. Why are we not trying to improve that score before bringing this scheme forward? So my second point is around the Kingsway Children's Centre, which is in my constituency. This has come about in a slightly unusual way, but I'm really, really pleased to see some long-term investment in our children's centres. And my question is that this is an opportunity for us as a county to do a really high quality, sustainable building for the future. So I think that involves hopefully using new materials for the fabric, and also not doing things like putting gas boilers in, and using alternative heating systems. We don't want to be putting gas boilers in which in 5 or 6 years are going to be obsolete, because the government said, oh no, you can't do that anymore. So my question is, will Councillor Butlin sort of commit to trying to make this a real showpiece, high quality building for the future, and show us what the county can do on that front? Thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan. The next speaker is Councillor Izzy Seckham. Izzy.
Thank you, Chairman. I think just to extend the conversation on the Birmingham Road a little bit, because I feel that this has gone on, and I've been involved in it for such a long time now. In response, Jonathan, to your question, this is the most significant problem road in Stratford, and the challenge for it is actually the destination is Stratford or is off the Birmingham Road. It's tight on road space and on land available to actually solve the problem, but it is one of those roads that is causing a huge problem just getting in and getting out of Stratford. It's a victim, arguably, of the growth along the Birmingham Road, the housing developments, the flats, and indeed the shopping centres as well. So for all of that, we are trying to solve a problem that has been created beforehand. The reason why it is so important to do is we need to keep Stratford moving. We need to be able to try to help the businesses to recover. And as we've already identified, Stratford has been so badly hit because of its reliance on tourism by the COVID impact. One of the really big concerns for us was that when we'd already agreed the first tranche of money for this project, we then went out to do detailed design on it, and it was clearly apparent that the utilities had not got up-to-date mapping of their services. So you may recall that last year in the budget, we did in fact put some money in for ourselves to find an officer post just to map utilities, so that we never face this problem of having to refund a scheme that has been already agreed in advance, and the delay that this has caused to us. So for all of that, we've learnt some lessons, not entirely to rely on others, but we now need to move this forward. It is long overdue, and I do fully support this and all the recommendations that have been placed before us. Thank you.
Thank you, Izzy. The next speaker I've got is Councillor Jenny Fradgley. Jenny. Jenny, are you there?
Sorry, I thought I'd sorry. I just wanted to support very much what Councillor Seckham has said. It's been going on for so long, and I hope very much that we are going to have improved cycle access along the Birmingham Road to the new estates which have grown up at that end of town, to give those people an opportunity to have a sustainable access to the town rather than the car which they mostly use at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you, Jenny. Next to speak is Councillor John Horner. So, John.
Thank you, Chairman. It was just a comment on the utilities. I'm pleased that we're putting an officer or creating an officer job for that. When we did the Snitterfield flood relief scheme, it was delayed 6 weeks and caused great hardship to the shop, the commercial, the Snitterfield stores, the pub, and the wildfowl trust, that domestic fowl trust, I should say. Commercial interests, and it is a major problem. The issue, of course, is that the utilities actually, although they produce maps of services, don't in fact know where they run. Historically, they were put in by the various rural councils, the public sector, when it was when all the utilities were run by the public sector, and very poor records were kept. As a consequence, you get maps, but they're useless. I think the only way you find utilities is if you go, when you have a scheme, you actually go out and trace each one individually, which is an expensive activity, and invariably they're in the wrong place compared to the map. Thank you, Chair. I'm pleased that we're putting money on it.
Thank you, John. I have no more speakers that are indicated, so I now like to ask Councillor Adrian Warwick, who is the seconder, to comment. Adrian.
Thank you very much, Chair. A lot of what I was going to say has been picked up on, but I will tease a little bit out. I mean, there is a lot to like in this. There is something for everybody. Yes, not everything scores as highly as we might want it to, but there is strong green credentials to some of these proposals with our monitoring plans. There's something for tourism. There's something to promote house building. There's advantages for cyclists and for pedestrians. I think there's a lot of work been put into this by Councillor Butlin and the team, and I do really applaud what they've done to deliver these schemes. And at this moment in time, any spend is welcome spend to help us out of the hole we're in. So my congratulations to Councillor Butlin for the delivery of these schemes. Thank you.
Thank you, Adrian. And now I'll finally go to Councillor Peter Butlin to move the recommendations. Peter.
Thank you, Chair. The main project that's been kind of commented on is the Birmingham Road one. It's 4 years since I was in transport, and I remember at my time I was there for 6 years, and Birmingham Road was figuring way back then, and right at the beginning of when I was doing that. It has been a very difficult job trying to kind of get a project that kind of was going to fulfil all the requirements along there. At the time, I remember we was talking about a lot of the congestion that's been caused on the Birmingham Road was due to the fact that at the time Stratford hadn't got a full local plan, and as a result of the no local plan at the time, there was a lot of piecemeal developments all the way up Birmingham Road, which created a multitude of traffic light systems on a piecemeal basis to each and every one of those developments that was done along that road. So it made kind of dealing with those problems that's been created along there very, very difficult. And also in terms of kind of the sustainability credentials, when you're limited on road space, it's very difficult to deliver on every section of what is needed along there. And also my pet hate is the utilities. As I found in my time when I was doing that job, the utilities don't know where their stuff is, and we 9 times out of 10 have to kind of pay the costs because of their ineptitude at knowing where their stuff is. So to the point now that we've got a dedicated officer to try and track down some of their pipes and cables, etc., so as we can make better kind of projections forward in terms of some of our major projects. Keith, on the air quality, I think we've kind of had this kind of comments before, but I must point out if we're going to spend a lot of money on air quality and climate change and what have you, we need the data to make those kind of decisions and underpin where we're going to put the money. And this is the means by which we can do that. And also, once we kind of make that, it will be kind of in conjunction with the air quality, kind of measuring stuff from districts and boroughs as well, and bring the data together, and it will be publicly available as well. So like you and me, I think if you've got decision making placed on correct data, we need to make this investment. So I'm glad you're in favour of that. Jonathan, in terms of the Kingsway nursery, like you, the answer is yes. We will do our utmost to basically make sure this is a sustainable building. On that, I don't think there is anything else that's not been answered, so I would move for approval on this motion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Peter. So once again, over to the Chief Executive to take the vote. Monica.
You are muted, Monica.
You're muted.
Thank you. If I can see 44, 45, please don't toggle your hands, 46. I can see 46 hands in favour. If I could ask for if you to take down those hands, any votes against, please. Do bear with me, there is a little bit of a lag. If you could make sure that your hands are down. Votes against, please. I'm seeing two councillors with their hands up for votes against, Councillor O'Rourke and just Councillor O'Rourke. Oh, are there any votes against? Are there any abstentions? Please raise your hands. Any abstentions? Are there any abstentions, please? I'm not seeing any abstentions, so I had that at 46 votes in favour only. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Monica. So we now come to item number 6 on the agenda, which is referring to the Capital Investment Fund bid for transforming Nuneaton. And I'd like to invite Councillor Jeff Clark to move the recommendations. So over to you, Jeff.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, it's a significant funding bid to the Capital Investment Fund for 21.7 million to construct 4 highway mitigation schemes along the A444 in Nuneaton on the Ring Road, which is being sought through this bid. It's a substantial bid that we're working with Nuneaton and Bedworth Borough Council as part of the Transforming Nuneaton project, and I sit on the project board and the town centres board as well, in order to help drive these items through. The project is a large scale project. It does require some significant funding, and it does require some significant works to the Ring Road to make those transformations that are going to actually make a difference in Nuneaton. As is said, at this point, the design is very much at the feasibility stage, which will work to alleviate some of the vehicle problems that we're having in the area, and we'll engage at some point as we develop the schemes with the local stakeholders to ensure that the needs of locals are met with the development of the project. We are in fact already speaking with some businesses and one of the associations who may be caught up with some of the development proposals. There is also an opportunity with a cycling audit incorporated within the feasibility designs throughout the town centre, which has been undertaken, and the recommendations will be brought into the completed external funding as we suggested above, which would come as part of the scheme development as we move forward. The recommendations, as I say, I do welcome them. It's something that's long been awaited in Nuneaton for helping us to address a number of issues, not leastly the queuing traffic, which causes air quality issues, and this will help to address these schemes will help to address those issues. It won't solve all the problems, but it's a step in the right direction. It will also bring about the opportunity for helping with development in the town centre, to encourage that development to reinvest in the town, and it demonstrates our commitment as the county council to the area to ensure that we have good access in and around Nuneaton. So I move the recommendations as set out. Do you want me to read those recommendations, Chair, or are you happy to just move them as set out? I'm happy for you to just take them as read. So I now ask if there's a seconder.
Yes, Chair, I'll second and reserve my right to speak.
Thank you, Councillor Golby. Do I have any other speakers? I believe there's an amendment. Councillor Kandaka.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'd like to propose a Green amendment, which I believe has been emailed to members. I don't know if officers are going to show that on the screen or not, in case people haven't read their email. Basically, we're very keen that we get transport improvement in Nuneaton and Bedworth, but we want to do it in an integrated way. So my amendment is to replace the recommendation with 5 items. Item 1 is effectively to approve the investment in the 2 junctions B and C, which is the Wheat Street and the Queen's Road junctions. The Wheat Street is needed for our new library and pushing forward with the regeneration of Vicarage Street area. And we're very keen that goes ahead with proper bus and cycling provision. On the other schemes, Corporation Street, A444, where the Dandelion Fountain is, we'd like there to be a proper investigation of alternatives for that location, which would save the Dandelion Fountain. Spending hundreds of thousands of pounds demolishing the fountain and putting it into storage seems a massive wasted opportunity. And there's lots of opportunities to do slightly different schemes that focus more on the buses, the walking opportunities, and generally doing a combined, a better scheme to actually look at air quality. The third item is really we need to look at the railway station and town centre links. There are redundant buildings at the moment, like the Crown, which I think the council should be looking at buying up and actually improving the flow between the town centre and the bus station. The fourth one is very important, is we actually seriously need to look at the transport hub. We cannot build a road system without actually working out where the bus station is. As I've asked before and at Cabinet, we need to know where the new bus station is and get that funded at the same time as we actually redesign the roads around there. The current proposals will spend £6 million on demolishing viable businesses and £430,000 on planting trees where the bus hub is going to be. Planting temporary landscaping where we're actually going to have a bus depot in the future is absolute madness. Why aren't we developing the bus network, the transport interchange, at the same time as redesigning the road systems? So we're passionate about going ahead with improvements, but we are really keen that we do it in the right order and integrated with the transport improvements. Going to the report itself, we see that this project has been scored 8.2 for environmental. And that's absolutely crazy. This project will put 15 to 20% more traffic through Nuneaton Town Centre. That cannot be a sound environmental improvement. And the plans say we'll get 2.5% modal shift over 60 years. All the housing developments are based upon a 15% shift from people using cars. We need to be doing higher, and this is frankly very unambitious. The business case is predicated against a 2.5% shift to people using buses. Without that, the scheme is even worse, and it actually makes the air pollution worse in places like the gyratory. We really do need the gyratory not to be drawing more cars through the rest of town. If we get 20% more traffic through Nuneaton Town Centre, the air quality will get worse on all the routes into the town centre. So I really think we need to rethink and refine this. In this amendment, we are keeping in the proposed funding of 23.13 million. So we're not scrapping the funding. What we're wanting to do is have a review of the parts that are less time critical, so we actually do them in a more sustainable way. And I commend this amendment to the County Council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kadaga. Do we have a seconder?
Yeah, I'm happy to second, and I'll speak now if that's all right, Chair.
Very well, off you go.
Thank you. So I just want to emphasise again a couple of points about this amendment, that this is not us saying that we don't want the investment. We do want the investment in Nuneaton. That money is still there. So I don't want to hear anyone sort of saying, oh, we don't want investment in Nuneaton, because that is absolutely not the case. But as Keith has set out so well, the plans at the moment are not fit for what is needed for the future. You know, to say that we're serious about climate change and modal shift, but then only have a 2% estimate is not good enough. And to say that air quality is going to improve when actually, when you look at the data in our own reports, it says that says that's not the case, then that's not good enough. And so what we want to see in the development of these details, designs, once we've approved the capital funding, is take a good look at designing schemes that are going to see us not just for 5 years in Nuneaton, but are going to improve Nuneaton for 10, 15, 20, 25 years. This is a once in a generation opportunity. And at the moment, we're not in the right place without this amendment that we brought forward today. So I commend it to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jonathan. Now, I have a point of order, and that is that just to make members aware that number 1 in the amendment, the first part of the amendment, actually refers to 1.7 in the agenda item, and as there's 2 1.7s, it's the first one. Secondly, I've had a request from Councillor Helen Adkins that there is a 10-minute recess, which I've agreed. So we will recess for 10 minutes and come back then. Thank you very much. recommendation, seconded. We just had the amendment presented and seconded. And we now, if there are no more amendments, we'll go on to questions. Anybody? I can't see any questions at the moment. Anybody with their hands up at the moment? Does anybody want to ask a question? Yes, I've got. First of all, they're just starting to appear. I've got first of all, Councillor Caroline Phillips. Caroline.
Sorry, Chair. Thank you. I want to speak in support of this investment. I think it's been a long time coming, and we've suffered terribly with congestion for years and years, and we really are desperate to get something done. But I also want to speak in favour of Keith's amendment, because I think there's a lot of merit in what he's said. I would love to keep the dandelion fountain. It's the only thing we've got in the town that you can look at and say, oh, that's lovely. It's the only attractive thing we've got. So I would hate to lose that. And the other point is, I read about this in the newspaper, and I live in Nuneaton. I experience daily the problems of traffic in Nuneaton, but I didn't know about it till I read it in the newspaper. So I would really like to be involved if the bid is successful and we do get this funding. I think people who, like myself, who live in Nuneaton should really be involved in drawing up the plans for what we do with the money, because we all experience the problems on a day-to-day basis. So we should be the people, not just borough councillors, although that's important. Not all borough councillors live in Nuneaton. Some of them live in Bedworth and Bulkington. So I'd really like as a priority to be made to talk to councillors who actually live in Nuneaton and experience experience these problems on a day-to-day basis. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Caroline. The next speaker I have is Councillor Jeff Morgan. Jeff.
Thank you, Chairman. I welcome very much Caroline's support for this investment. It is sorely needed. It certainly is. I'd just like to point out the fact that that this investment of nearly £29 million gross over a few years, admittedly, plus the 19 million that we're investing in the new library, business centre and cafe, comes to nearly £50 million worth of capital investment into Nuneaton. And as a Nuneaton boy, I'm very, very proud to be part of a council that's willing to put such investment into my hometown. And I very, very much support this, and I hope finally that this will put an end to the voices who've argued for years that that all the money in Warwickshire is spent in the south. I think this is a perfect example to give the lie to to those statements. So I welcome this very, very much. Thank you very much, Chairman.
Thank you, Jeff. Next to speak is Councillor Dave Parsons. So over to you, Dave.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'd like to support what Councillor Phillips, what Caroline has said very much. There's a real need for local involvement. There is a real need for investment in Nuneaton. There's no question about that. It has, I think, been a neglected area, very definitely, and it's time it wasn't. I know that Councillor Seckham is a big fan of the Dandelion Roundabout, as am I, and I think a lot of us would like to see that retained or put somewhere very prominent. It's very, very good. However, it does seem to me that in actually sort of preparing this scheme without going for the integration which Keith mentions, without getting the transport hub really part of the scheme is is not the most sensible of actions. I absolutely support the investment, and I know it's absolutely vital for Nuneaton that something is done. Nuneaton stops twice a day, and probably more if you're looking at the actual localities there, but it absolutely needs something doing. But I think actually that Councillor Kondaka has the sense of it, and Councillor Phillips is right. We need some local consultation on this, but the investment is required and is needed. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Dave. The next speaker is Councillor Andy Sargent. So over to you, Andy.
Thanks, Chair. I welcome the investment as well in Nuneaton. You know, as Councillor Phillips said, I've spent many times in queues of traffic. I also am interested in what Councillor Condacor has put forward, because I think there is probably a need for more bike routes or segregation. I've spent 35 years as a lorry driver, and you know, not got into many tangles with cyclists or pedestrians, fortunately. But there is a potential there, and I have seen, you know, I have sat in a truck watching other vehicles and bikes getting a little bit too close. So I will be voting in favour of the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Andy. The next speaker is Councillor Izzy Seckham. Izzy.
Hello. Yes, thank you very much for that. I want to point out a few things that are really important. This is a big investment in Nuneaton, as has already been identified by this council. We already do have a councillor group engaged in the Transforming Nuneaton project, which is cross-borough, cross-county, cross-party. So that is in place, and all of these schemes have been run past and through that group. So it's very important that we don't lose the fact that we are thoroughly engaged with local councillors on that. But I want to talk about the point of the transport hub, which I absolutely agree is an important and key aspect to getting the whole deal and the whole scheme sorted. However, it means that what we have to do is engage continually with partners across that to ensure that their vision aligns with ours so that we can get that investment. But if we do not put down a level of investment like this now, we will not get that partnership and draw down some more money to help support this scheme, and not only look at the local authority level of investment, but look at the wider cascade that it will have on the whole of Nuneaton. It is very important that this is, although a significant amount of money, this is only a starter. It will draw down a huge opportunity for private and other investment. And we will continue to work with our partners in the transport sector to ensure that the whole project continues. But this is a 10-year plus project. Not everything has to be done the first moment. It needs to have that evolution way and that development. And I believe we should support the recommendations as printed on page 247, and I will be doing that. And I will be asking the Transforming Nuneaton councillor group to work with us and to make sure that all the opportunities are levered out for the future. But we need to make that investment now. And just to say, I do absolutely support the relocation of the Dandelion roundabout, which I particularly like, and hope that that will continue to be a key feature of Nuneaton for many, many decades to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Izzy. The next speaker is Councillor Jerry Roodhouse. Jerry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think we would all agree that Nuneaton needs the investment around the town centre and the gyratory, the road network there. As somebody who's travelled that road many, many times, while selling stuff around that part of the county, it's clear that the blockages that take place.
But this report that's in front of us today and the recommendations is at a point where it's an in principle sort of going forward. And I think we need to get the principles right. And if you like, what Keith has raised, I think in the amendment is correct, that actually we have a lot of talk about the climate change and air quality. And if you look at the air quality figures, it doesn't seem to be tackling that much. And I do think the integration of this train station amongst other modal shift opportunities in that part of Nuneaton, because that's where the main blockages are around that area, do need to be done. So we'll be supporting the Green Amendment.
Thank you, Jerry. I've now got Councillor Peter Butlin. Peter.
Thank you, Chair. I kind of serve on two boards in Nuneaton. I serve on the Town Deal Board, and I also serve on the Transformation and Nuneaton Board. And it is a cross-party board in terms of, and I've enjoyed the time basically kind of talking to people from Nuneaton and a cross-party from Labour, from Conservatives as well. In terms of where we go forward and how we invest our money in Nuneaton. And these road schemes have not been designed in isolation. A lot of input into those road schemes that we're proposing voting on today had input from the Transforming and Nuneaton Board. These 4 schemes, 4 parts, are only part of a far more ambitious projects. And we have got a bidding process with the Town Deal Board for further infrastructure improvements, which include cycle routes, etc. So it's a kind of a large scheme which will kind of go on for 10, 15 years. And it's also about basically inviting and encouraging investment into the town centre. And when you encourage people to come into the Nuneaton Town Centre, you have to put a few markers down that basically saying this is an easy place to get into. We're not going to be clogged up with our people who work for us on a daily basis. And so this is part of an ongoing scheme in terms of transforming Nuneaton and investing in Nuneaton itself. And the people of Nuneaton itself need this investment. They need that commitment. And I'm kind of wholly in favour of the proposals today, and I will be voting for approval of the said for these 4 schemes. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. We now come to the seconders and proposers. Jonathan Chilvers, as the seconder of the amendment, has already spoken, so I'll go over to the seconder of the motion, which is Councillor Claire Golby. Claire.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I'm going to speak on to support the original proposal. I do think that we need to accept there are issues in Nuneaton. I think everybody's agreed on that. And I also would like to be very clear that this isn't just something that's been pulled out of the woodwork in the last couple of weeks. This has been something that's been worked on for a considerable amount of time and has had involvement. The reason it went into the newspaper was that it was actually released in the Cabinet Papers. So we all had sight of it through the Cabinet Papers, not through the newspapers. And we do have a Transforming Nuneaton Board, and it is cross-party, and it is at Nuneaton and Bedworth, and it is through Warwickshire County Council. So I think to say that we're not including people in this isn't actually correct. But we do need something doing in Nuneaton Town Centre. We absolutely do. We need something doing in other areas of Nuneaton as well. And part of the problem we've got in Nuneaton is because you can't get from one side of the town to the other without going through town. So you have to address that point. To talk about the increases in traffic that's going to be coming through the town centre, well, it's not these roadworks that actually increase the traffic into the town centre. The traffic is going to increase naturally because of the amount of building. So we can either do nothing about that, or we can do something about that. And this is do something about that. The Transforming Nuneaton, the transport hub has been talked about quite a lot. Well, I think it was January last year, there was prospectuses put out through Transforming Nuneaton, and included in that was information about a transport hub at the train station. We've had discussions on that. I do recall one of the discussions was the complaint that the buses weren't going to stop anywhere in town, which again is not true. That the buses will actually stop at the terminus outside the train station. This is the theory. But they will also stop in other places through the town centre also. So people can get on and off. It does improve public transport without a doubt. I don't think we can hang on anymore to stop to try and iron these things out and call a halt to proceedings when we can just work on these things and work these things through. And to be clear, the fountain is not being removed, it's just being moved. There is a difference. It's not going to be torn up and put away somewhere never to be seen again. It's actually going to be replaced. When I say replaced, going to actually be lifted and shifted somewhere else. That is a discussion that's been going on. We've all agreed that. There's no way that fountain would ever be just wrapped up and put in storage, as has been said. So there's a lot to be said for what we've proposed, and it is the beginning of a very long journey. But we do need to start getting on the road, pardon the pun, with this, because we do have to start getting the investment into Nuneaton. We've got to do something before it just becomes complete gridlock with all the houses that are coming along at a pace. And if we don't do something now, we are really going to be stuck very, very, very quickly. So I'm supporting the main amendment, and I think everybody else should support that too. The main motion, not the amendment, to be clear. Thanks.
No, I'm glad you're clear about that. So that's good. So we'll go over to the proposal of the amendment, which is Councillor Kandaka. Keith.
Thank you very much. I do wish we were going to have the transport hub, but if you look at your paperwork on page 18, we're going to spend £430,000 planting trees and landscaping the area where the transport hub goes. You do not temporarily plant trees on something if it's going to happen in the near term. So I'm passionate that we get the transport hub done early, not put off for another 5 or 10 years. It's all about integrating transport. We have a 20%, 30%, who knows, more traffic coming through the town centre if we do not do stuff to divert some of that traffic to other modes of transport. Quite clearly, the Weddington entrance of the railway station, which is in our amendment, is a massively important way of taking some of the traffic off from the north. Cycle lanes, bus routes, that all helps as well. And to have a transport interchange that is actually trees is not a useful way of spending money. We are passionate about spending this money. Nowhere in our motion are we saying we do not want to spend 20 odd million pounds on the Nuneaton. We want it done well. We want it done particularly in an organised way, which is why, like the Dandelion Fountain, the paperwork to the SIF bid said it would be put in storage. I wish people would say this isn't going to happen, would read the paperwork for the bid. Likewise, the transport hub, all these things, they're in the vaporware at the moment. We need to make them real. And Peter Butlin and others talked about, we've got this meeting of town centre boards, etc. It is not representative. All the people at those meetings drive. Many of them don't live in Nuneaton, like Councillor Butlin. And there's been absolutely zero involvement with the wider community, with people who cycle, with people who use buses. This has been very much a driven process in private, and we're going to lose so much if this is approved. So without those checks and balances to make a better scheme. So I do hope we actually vote for my amendment. It will actually mean we can move forward with the Wheat Street project, move forward with the Queen's Road project, have a look at the Corporation Street project, and integrate the railway hub in with the bus hub and the road changes. So it's a far more measured and progressive way of doing things. Yeah, we really do need to get this working, and we need to get it working with consensus. We should actually want a project that everyone wants to buy into, not only the petrol heads, but the cyclists, the bus users, etc. We really need the investment. So I hope you vote for my amendment. Unfortunately, if we don't vote for this amendment, we are voting for conflict. We're voting for a car-heavy scheme. We're voting for putting trees where the bus hub should be. We're voting for demolishing the Gurkha monument, moving the fountain into storage, and spending £6 million demolishing Dunelm and the Empire Gym, destroying jobs. So please, let's take a measured way forward. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Keith. Before I go to Jeff Clark, Keith, I have had Maggie O'Rourke has put a hand up. Maggie's hand wasn't up when I went to the seconders, but if it's all right with you, Keith, I will allow Maggie to speak. So, Maggie. Hello, Maggie O'Rourke, are you there?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can now. Yes, yeah.
I find myself agreeing with Keith, actually. I mean, the fact of the matter is there might be a board there, but he said he doesn't feel it's inclusive and representative. And I think, going forward, we have all these talks about unitary authorities and working together. I think it's quite crucial that everybody's involved in schemes that are as large as this. It's absolutely vital. And I also agree with Councillor Claire Kirby as well, in terms of all the house building. We're in exactly the same situation in Rugby, where lots of houses have been built. But unfortunately, we all have to go and put bids in instead of having the national investments that's needed in our infrastructure. We have to put in for bids, and it causes all sorts of problems. So, yeah, I find myself agreeing with lots of people today. Thank you.
Thank you, Maggie. Right, we now go to the proposer of the main consentive amendment, which is or motion, which is Councillor Jeff Clark. Jeff.
Thank you, Chairman. Obviously, this raises considerable amounts of passion across the council and across members, particularly within Nuneaton and Bedworth. I appreciate that people have all sorts of ideas as to how each of these schemes should be done. And yes, it's right that they have opportunity to feed into that. And there will be opportunity to feed into these schemes as they come forward through the developments. I've said that at the outset. We do have an aspiration to develop the transport hub, and it's only by putting these schemes in now that will give the opportunity for that transport hub to be developed. Buying up land or buying up properties that speculatively are empty is not going to develop or transform Nuneaton. All that's going to do is deplete the county council's coffers and put strain on it when it's needed to be targeted within a specific area. This is a bid for the to be put into the capital investment fund for the development of those 4 schemes to enable the transport in Nuneaton to operate as we move forward. Yes, there's been a lot of development in the town, and that's going to continue. It's recognised in the borough plan that there's development, and that is going to agree to that is going to impact on any transport around the town. What we need to be doing is supporting the recommendations as set out. I wouldn't be agreeing to the amendments as in the scheme. That we cannot agree to those at this point, but there is opportunity to have consultation as the schemes develop. What I would say, if you are voting for the amendment, you're voting for a delay, and we can't afford delays. It's took 10 years to get to this point. We need to move it on now, and I'd ask all members to support the recommendations as set out in the paper on page 247.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. I move that recommendation.
Thank you, Jeff.
Chair, I'd like to call for a recorded vote.
I was going to say we have had plenty more than 3 members, which is the minimum requirement to ask for recorded vote. So that's what we are going to have, and we'll start off with voting on the amendment. So over to you, Chief Executive. Thank you.
So I think we're going to put the Green amendment on the screen so that everyone's clear what they're voting for. Patience is a virtue today, isn't it? Here we go. Okay, so that is the amendment on which councillors will now vote. So I will go through the names. Adkins.
For.
Barker.
Against.
Bell.
Against.
Birdie.
Against.
Bode.
For.
Brain.
Against.
Butlin.
Against.
Caborn.
Against.
Cargill.
Against.
Childers.
For.
Clark.
Against.
Coburn.
Against.
Cook.
Against.
Crump.
Against.
Damash.
Against.
C. Davies.
For.
N. Davies.
For.
Falk.
For.
Fradgley.
For.
Gifford.
For.
Gilbert. Councillor Gilbert. Councillor Gilbert. I'll come back. Gisane.
Against.
Golby.
Against.
Gran.
Against.
Hayfield.
Against.
Holland. Councillor Holland.
For.
Horner.
Against.
Jens.
Against.
Core.
Against.
Condacor.
For.
Morgan.
Against.
O'Rourke.
For.
Panda.
Against.
Harry.
Against.
Parsons.
For.
Phillips.
For.
Redford.
Against.
Rickards.
For.
Roberts.
Against.
Rolfe.
For.
Roodhouse.
For.
Sargent.
For.
Second.
Against.
Simpson Vince.
Against.
Skinner.
Against.
Timms. Councillor Timms.
Against.
Warwick.
Against.
Webb.
For.
C. Williams. Councillor C. Williams. Chris Williams. Councillor C. Williams. Chris Williams. Councillor Pam Williams.
I'm against.
Against.
Was that you, Councillor Williams?
Yes, which it was against.
Councillor Chris Williams. Councillor Chris Williams. Councillor Wright.
Against.
Councillor Gilbert.
Where is he?
I can't see Councillor Gilbert on the call.
Good day, Monica. I've just spoken to Pete Gilbert. He'll be ringing you to vote. He's got connection issues.
No, I'm afraid that's not allowed. He needs to vote on the system. Councillor Chris Williams. Okay. Are there any abstentions?
Hello, Monica. Can you hear me? I've been having IT issues.
Okay, Councillor Gilbert, how are you voting?
For our proposal.
For the Green amendment.
Against.
Okay. So I can confirm that the amendment is lost with 18 votes for and 32 against.
Thank you very much, Monica. So we'll now go to vote on the substantive motion.
Could I call for a recorded vote on the substantive motion, Chair, please?
Do I have two supporters?
I support that.
Yes, Chair.
I support.
So do I.
Okay, we've got three, a minimum of 3 councillors, so it will be a recorded vote again on the substantive motion.
So let's just put the substantive motion on the screen. And I confirm, see the alteration there in recommendation 1, confirming that it is section 1.7 of the report, and that is the initial 1.7 due to the numbering error. So, Councillor Adkins.
For.
Councillor Barker.
For.
Bell.
For.
Birdie.
For.
Bode.
Against.
Brain.
For.
Butlin.
For.
Caborn.
For.
Cargill.
For.
Chilvers.
Against.
Clark.
For.
Coburn.
For.
Cook.
For.
Crump.
For.
Darmash.
For.
C. Davies.
For.
N. Davies.
Abstain.
Falk.
Abstain.
Fradgley. Councillor Fradgley.
Abstain.
Gifford.
Against.
Gilbert.
For.
Gissane.
For.
Dolby.
For.
Gran.
For.
Hayfield.
For.
Holland.
For.
Horner.
For.
Jens.
For.
Core.
For.
Condacor.
Against.
Morgan.
For.
O'Rourke.
For.
Panda.
For.
Parry.
For.
Parsons.
For.
Phillips.
For.
Redford.
For.
Rickards.
Abstain.
Roberts.
For.
Rolfe.
Abstain.
Roothouse. Councillor Roothouse.
Sorry, against.
Sergeant.
For.
Second.
For.
Simpson Vince.
For.
Skinner.
Abstain.
Timms.
For.
Warwick.
For.
Webb. Was that 4, Councillor Webb?
It was for.
Councillor C. Williams.
For.
Councillor P. Williams.
For.
Councillor Wright.
For.
I can confirm that the substantive motion is carried with 40 in favour, 5 against and 6 abstentions. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman.
Yeah, thank you very much, Monica. Thank you for that. Now we move on to item number 7 of the agenda, which is about proposed revisions to the term of reference to the Horton Joint Health Overview and Scrutiny Committee. And I'd like to ask Councillor Les Caborn to move the recommendations.
Thank you, Chairman. A little bit of background for members. First, The Halton Joint Overview and Scrutiny Committee was established originally to consider the proposed closure of the consultant-led maternity services at the Halton. And it was established because of the dissatisfaction with the level of consultation by the health service. And certainly we felt that this was a major change and therefore had to be consulted on. That work is completed and awaits a response from the Secretary of State, where it was referred to. And Councillor Redford was the council's appointed representative of chair of our HOSC, and that was our advice we were given, that it was his role. The partner councils, and that was Warwickshire, Oxfordshire and Northamptonshire in the HOSC, considered it would be beneficial for the HOSC to remain and continue to scrutinise these new proposals for the Halton Hospital, in particular these proposals. The development of the master plan for the Halton, which is obviously a major change and should be a matter for a HOSC. Active pursuit of significant capital investment in the Halton Hospital, and therefore this report, looking at those two issues, proposes a variation to the original terms of the HOSC and therefore needs to come to council. So there's no change in the powers delegated to the HOSC or its proposed membership, only the focus of the committee, as I've explained. And its powers of scrutiny this time only relate to the proposed master plan. It is a fact where a health service covers more than one local authority area. Only a joint HOSC can exercise the formal powers to refer matters to the Secretary of State, and this is why I'm bringing this matter to you today. And in item 2 of the proposals, so the first proposal is that we agree to amend the scope of the health scrutiny powers delegated to the joint HOSC to allow scrutiny of the master plan and pursuit of associated capital investment, and agree for this authority to nominate Councillor Wallace Redford as the council's representative on the joint health overview and scrutiny committee. And I do this because Councillor Redford has the experience, he's got all the background knowledge, and is chair of our own Warwickshire OSC. And so I move as set out, Chairman, and take any questions.
Thank you, Les. Do we have a seconder?
Yes, Councillor Barker, I'd like to second and reserve my right.
To speak. Yes, thank you, Joe. Right, I'll open the meeting. Are there any speakers? I have none that have indicated, so I'll go straight to the seconder, Councillor Joe Barker. Joe.
Sorry, I was just finding my camera. I'd like to not only support the agreement of the amendment of the powers, and just make the point that having campaigned for, I think now 3 occasions, maybe 4, to keep the Halton open, I'm delighted to support this and to see that we are actually looking at potentially the Halton Hospital being extended and more investment going into it. Sorry, that was my phone ringing in the middle of that as well, forgive me. And secondly, I'm delighted to nominate, to second the nomination of Councillor Wallace Redford to do this, because he has got the experience, he's been involved in it so far, and is doing a very good job supporting the case put forward largely by those of us who live in this side of South Warwickshire. So I'm delighted to second it.
Councillor Cabourn, if you'd like to sum up.
Yes, just to take Councillor Barker's point on board, I'm sure Councillor Redford and myself will ensure that the Stratford local members are fully involved in this process as it goes forward. And so I move the recommendations as laid out with the Councillor Wallace Redford to be the council's nominee, and I so move.
Thank you very much. I'd now like to ask the Chief Executive to go to the vote. Monica.
You're muted, Monica.
You're muted, everybody.
Can't hear anything.
Still muted, Monica.
Still muted.
Chairman, I could. Oh,
Uh,
I've got my hand up now.
Do you want to take the vote?
So, can you hear me now?
Sorry.
Yep.
Yes.
Okay, if
Yeah.
I could ask members in support of the recommendation to keep their hands up, please.
Right.
I can see 34 hands. $45. I see 49 hands, including Councillor Williams. So that's clearly carried. Are there any votes against? If you can put down your hands now. Are there any votes against?
I can't lower my hand.
I realise it's taking time for hands to be lowered.
How sticking?
Sticky hands. So can I ask then if there are any votes against, if you could call out your name.
He hasn't on mine.
I'm not seeing any votes against or hearing any votes against. Are there any abstentions? If you can raise your hand if you're abstaining.
Okay. I've come out of the meeting. Oh, sorry.
Okay, in which case that recommendation is clearly carried. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
I've lost something. Oh, here we are. Oh yeah. All right. Thank you very much. That's passed. Thank you very much by a clear majority. I'd now like to go over to the item number 8, which is the local pension board terms of reference, and I'd like to invite Councillor Cam Core to recommend.
Thank you, Chair. Item 8, Local Pension Board Terms of Reference. The recommendation is the Council approves the revised terms of reference for Local Pension Board as set out in the appendix. Just to say, the LGPS, Local Pension Board, exists to provide assistance to the pension fund in assuring that it meets the relevant laws and regulations and that it is well governed. It is not an executive in nature and sits to the side of the 2 executive pension fund committees, and that is the Staff and Pensions Committee and also the Pension Fund Investment Subcommittee. The key changes are summarised in a table in the covering report. The board has become more active in the last 18 months, and the revisions will assist in sustaining this increase in activity, for example, by meeting more frequently and having the facility to direct subgroups and using formal forward planning. So, Chair, I move the report as set out, but as always, I'm happy to take questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Cam. Do I have a seconder?
Seconder.
Hello, Chair.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm happy to second the proposal.
Okay. Councillor Parminder Singh Bird is seconded. Do you reserve your right to speak?
I don't need to speak, Jonathan. Thank you.
You don't need to speak. Okay. Do we have any speakers on this motion? I can't see anybody, so I'll go straight back to you, Cam.
Thank you, Chair. Just to say, move the recommendation as set out on page 273 of the report. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Over to the Chief Executive to take the vote. Monica.
I'm hitting my mute button very, very carefully. If I can ask councillors in favour to raise their hands now. Thank you, Councillor Williams. I see your hand.
Can't raise it. I can't raise it, Monica. I assume it's up.
Okay, so I see 48 hands in favour. If you could lower your hands, please. Are there any, they are very sticky today. Are there any votes against? Eventually. I make it about a 25-second lag.
Yeah.
Who's counting? So, are there any votes against? Councillors Crump, Cook, Rickards and Timms, your hands are still up.
Yeah, sorry about that, Chair. I've got it registered as lowered, but
There's obviously a delay. Okay, so I'm not seeing any votes against. Are there any abstentions? Thank you, in which case that recommendation is carried.
Thank you, Monica. Right, we'll now go on to agenda item number 9. I've got a bit of an echo, but I hope everybody can hear me. This is the appointment of scheme member representative to the local government pension scheme, local pension board, and I'd like to invite again Councillor Camcord to move the recommendations.
Thank you, Chair. The local pension board has an independent non-voting chairperson and 6 voting members, of which 3 represent employers, 3 represent scheme members. A process to fill a vacant member representative position was undertaken, which included issuing a communication on the council intranet and to all pension fund employing organisations. The position comes with significant personal commitment and responsibility, but is not remunerated. An interview process was undertaken to assess suitability, for example, ability to understand the activities of the fund, to contribute to the activities of the board, and to represent the interests of the scheme members. Previous processes have been undertaken to identify and recruit a representative, but were not successful. So I have the great pleasure to recommend Sean McGovern as the new scheme member representative to council, and I'm very much hoping that we have full support for this, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Cam. Do you have a seconder?
I do.
Good.
Seconded.
Councillor John Horner, yes, and do you reserve your right to speak?
Reserve my right to speak, yeah.
Okay, I have one speaker at the moment, Councillor Bill Gifford. Bill.
Yes, I think Sean McGovern is an excellent choice, and I really do hope that everybody can support this proposal.
Thank you, Bill. I have no more speakers indicating, so I'd like to ask the seconder, John Horner, to give his view.
Yeah, just to say, I'm glad that Councillor Gifford has supported this. Little to say, really, other than I support it as well. And it's very important. The pension board was set up basically because of the proliferation of employers due to the various academization of schools and outsourcing and stuff. And so it's important we also get members, because members themselves are also dispersed. So I'm very pleased that he's come forward and we've selected him. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Cord, do you want to sum up?
Just to sum up, very, very pleased with this report coming forward, and very much hope that councillors can support the recommendation as laid out on page 285 of the report. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Cam. I'll now once again ask the Chief Executive to go to the vote. Oh, no, sorry. I've got a speaker. Oh, sorry, we're going to the vote. So that's why they're putting their hands up. Okay, Monica.
If I could ask you to put your hands up now, councillors, if you are supporting the recommendation.
It doesn't work. Oh, it does.
Keep your hands up, please. So I'm seeing 45 hands raised. If you could take those hands down. So 47, 45, 46, including Councillor Chris Williams. If you could take your hands down, and we'll just wait a few moments. Are there any votes against? If you are voting against, please raise your hands, otherwise take them down. We have no votes against. Are there any abstentions? Raise your hands. No. While I've got a clear screen, I will say no. Thank you. So that vote is carried. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, councillors. That seems to be unanimous. We now come to item 10 on the agenda, which is notices of motion, and we have one at the moment, which is about affordable housing, and I'd like to ask Councillor Parsons to move the motion. Councillor Parsons, Dave.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not quite sure. There are two amendments that I'm aware of. Do we look at the amendments first, or do I propose first?
You propose first.
Okay.
You propose and second first, then we'll have the amendments, and then I'll probably ask you if you want to accept them.
Right. Thank you, Chair. Yeah. Thank you. Okay. Yeah. In looking at this proposal, it's essentially a proposal which says that the government takes quite a lot of money from right to buy receipts, something like 18.9%. That in fact amounted in the 6 years before 1918 to 2018. I'm going back to my history teaching days. To an amount of some 920 million taken out of the housing market. 920 million that actually local authorities did not have in order to build new houses. Now, in 2012, David Cameron, I think, said that every house sold under the right to buy should be replaced within 5 years. But that hasn't been possible, quite simply because if we take away the 18.9%, the average cost of a right to buy house is £82,000 outside the Borough of London. You then take away the government's cut, as it were, which leaves you with £63,518. And you just don't have enough money to build a house. Consequently, between 2012 and 2018, local authorities built 15,981 homes to replace the 63,518 that were sold. That's a huge problem. The bigger problem, of course, is that actually what happens to houses that are sold. Many of them are lived in. Some of them, of course, are sold on when the time is for the discount is actually undertaken. But so many of those houses then end up as private rentals. On average, it's 40% throughout the country. In Nuneaton and Bedworth, it's actually 50%. And once that's happened, those houses come back on the rental market in many cases, and on average for 3 times the rent that local authorities are actually charging. That means that essentially people who are in private rentals are paying hugely inflated prices. And the problem, well, if we look at research carried out by Cardiff University in October 2018 found that, in fact, that private rental was a huge contributor towards in-work poverty. 60% of people in 2018 living in poverty were families with one member working and actually in the private rental sector. A disproportionate concentration of people in private rental who are essentially being forced into yet more poverty. So that's the background there. What we're suggesting in the motion is that we're asking the government to follow the advice of the LGA, the Local Government Association, in allowing 100% of the receipts to be retained by local authorities so they can build the houses to replace the ones they sell off. We're also asking that the discounts, which further reduce the available money that local authorities have to build houses, should be set locally. Again, this is at the advice of the LGA. And basically, that's the nub of this issue, that we do this in order to increase the supply of affordable and rental houses which people can actually afford to rent without being put into poverty. So that's essentially the proposal, Chair, and I would recommend that members support that proposal because it is probably never been more important than it is at the moment with the approaching, developing recession which we are facing. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Dave Parsons. Thank you very much. Do you have a seconder?
This is Councillor Phillips, Chair. I'll second that and reserve my right to speak. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Caroline. Now, to take the first amendment, which is a Conservative amendment, and I'd like to ask the proposer, Jill Simpson-Vince, to speak.
Thank you, Chair. Just making sure all the buttons are working properly. I'd like to propose the Conservative amendment to the Labour motion, which you should all have copies of now sent out to you. Do you wish me to speak now, or are you going for seconder first?
No, I'd like you to speak now, please.
Okay. I agree that we need to increase the supply of affordable housing, and it's the districts and boroughs that deal with housing developments. We agree with the first paragraph of the Labour motion and have added that we support that recommendation. However, we wanted to make the second paragraph stronger. One of the biggest challenges in terms of getting people into affordable, decent homes is getting the homes built in the first place, and we need to tackle why that doesn't always happen. At the planning authorities all the planning authorities in Warwickshire have targets for affordable housing, and all planning officers will have challenging conversations with the developers over whether that allocation can be achieved. Sometimes the full allocation is built, which is great, but where it isn't, the main argument often given by developers is that the site is not viable for that amount of affordable housing. Now, the viability figures often come from their own business cases, and planning officers often have to wade through reams of numbers to try and work out whether it really is unviable to meet the affordable housing target. And we often then hear why financially it can't happen. And site viability enters the lexicon of planning committees across the county. We will all know of developments in our area where developers claim the affordable housing numbers would apparently make a site unviable. Now, there will be cases where the viability issue is real. For example, on a contaminated brownfield site where the cleanup costs are very high. But the vast majority of sites do not have these problems, and many are greenfield sites, so it's much harder to accept this is the case. We need these major sites to meet the full affordable housing allocation. So, for example, a 30% target on 200 houses produces 60 affordable homes. Getting developers to meet or potentially exceed the affordable housing targets can quickly make a huge difference across the county for our residents. The current consultation on the planning white paper within Pillar 3 and Proposal 21 is looking at the issues around the site viability and taking it out of the equation as part of the new infrastructure levy, and acknowledging that it needs to be dealt with, as well as the drive to bring affordable housing up the agenda in terms of house building, which is exactly what we need. We know that getting residents into these new affordable homes will improve their quality of life, both physically and mentally, and we need them to be built. The Conservative amendment shows that we know what the key problems are. Therefore, I recommend voting for the Conservative amendment and strengthening our response to the white paper to reinforce the need for the site viability issues to be dealt with and for the affordable housing targets to therefore be achieved for our own residents. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jill. Do you have a seconder?
Yes, Chairman, that's me, John Cook.
Do you want to reserve your right to speak, or do you want to speak now?
No, I'm going to speak, actually, Chairman. Okay. I think most of the issues have been pretty well covered by Jill Simpson-Vince, and I would say to you that when I looked at the motion on the original agenda, I did find that there were certain elements of it that I didn't agree with. So I'm very pleased to see the amendment, particularly in the second paragraph that Councillor Simpson-Vince has proposed. Being fair, I said most people who know me know that I'm really interested in planning, etc. And I looked at this to start with and thought, well, actually, why is this particularly here on the county council agenda when really it is a district council matter? And Jill has outlined some of the turmoil that is caused by viability situations. And as former chairman of the planning committee at Warwick District Council, I can assure you there that there's seldom a quarter goes past where there isn't some sort of argument from developers. Oh, well, we can't afford to build the affordable homes because they're not viable. And I will tell you now that at Warwick District Council, they take a very hard line on this. And every time a developer has said that, we make them provide a viability thing. And of course, we then challenge the viability study with our own expert, which incidentally the developer lands up paying for. And it's very, very seldom have we not actually got some affordable housing. Sometimes the developers will offer one or two affordable homes. Pretty much every time, particularly I'm remembering North Leamington School, which Bill Gifford will no doubt remember, where they didn't want to provide any affordable houses, and eventually I think they landed up providing 8. So it's a difficult matter. But within before the new Planning Act becomes law, if it ever becomes law in its current form, of course, there are things that people need to know. Firstly, within the National Planning Policy Framework, in 2018, the government actually said to district councils, you can now adjust your amount of percentage of affordable homes if you want to. So that is within the scope of local authorities. Perhaps they might feel in certain areas of the county, because not all areas of the county council have the same amount of affordable housing required. So that's within the scope of the NPPF as we sit here today. The other thing I would just want to say is that obviously energy efficiency is coming into the situation as well. And I noticed that there's an amendment coming in from the Liberal Democrat group. But the interesting thing is you have to sort of balance off energy efficiency and cost, and not necessarily building really very energy efficient homes will be in the interest of providing more actual affordable homes, because energy efficiency doesn't necessarily mean affordable, although I think it can do in some places. So I think my thoughts would be that the district councils obviously will be looking at the new legislation, but they have it within their powers at the moment to look at what they can and can't do about viability, and indeed the percentage of affordable homes that they provide. So I would suggest to the councillors from borough councils and district councils that they need to look there first before they come to the county council matter. So I'm very pleased to support the proposals, the amendment dreamt up by Councillor Heather Timms and Jill Simpson-Vince, because I think it adds very much to the original, I think, intent of what Councillor Parsons' proposal was. So with that, I formally second the motion.
Thank you very much, John. I believe there's another amendment to come from the Liberal Democrat group. Do I have a proposer?
You do, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Woodhouse. Thought it might be you.
Did you?
Yeah, just the sixth sense I've got.
It's a very simple amendment, really, to the motion that was presented. And this just actually calls on a secretary that we go to the Secretary of State and actually to allow us to use the receipts, but those receipts be used towards building a new generation of council housing. Perhaps not a favourite word for a lot of people, but the last time actually that this country hit the targets for building houses was actually when local authorities were building council housing. It's never been hit since that day. So this is an important amendment. I take note of the Conservatives' amendment they brought forward, and I noticed the way that it's sort of been watered down towards the planning white paper. And I think what that does actually is weaken the motion that's in front of us to debate. And while I have some sympathy with what's being said on the white paper, which I don't like, you know, I think that's a different debate to what we're having on the Labour motion, which has been presented. So we propose the amendment as written, and that we call for a new generation of council housing, which could be a zero carbon, and to increase that supply. And I would hope that the government one day, whatever colour, will actually unrelease and allow local authorities to build council housing again. And then I think we could truly get some affordable housing into the marketplace, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Jerry. Do we have a seconder?
Yeah.
Sarah Bowes, thank you very much. Do you want to speak now or reserve your right to speak? You're muted, Sarah. I can't hear you.
Sorry. I'd like to reserve my right to speak. I second it and reserve my right to speak. And I'm looking at a very high up microphone, so I look a bit weird.
Okay. Before we go any further, can I ask Councillor Parsons whether he would accept this Liberal Democrat amendment as friendly?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, well, I'm very happy to accept the Liberal Democrat amendment as friendly. It strengthens our motion, and we're totally happy to do that. Yes.
Okay. Right. Thank you very much. Now, before we open up the debate and then go to the vote, I think it's about time we stop for lunch, and I'll call the meeting to open again at 1:30. So see everybody then. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
suggested I give a recap. So where we are, there's been a notice of motion on affordable housing, forward by the Labour group. The Conservative amendment was moved and seconded. Councillor Parsons, can you confirm that you're not accepting the Conservative amendment as friendly?
Go on, Dave.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I can, though in fact, I don't know whether there is. I was going to make a suggestion. I don't know whether that's acceptable as to how perhaps it could be brought into the current motion. Is that acceptable, or?
Well, they're quite different, aren't they?
Yes.
So I would have thought it'd be rather difficult. I'll ask the.
I'm willing to put a suggestion forward, but I mean, as it stands, no, we cannot accept it as a friendly amendment, Chair. No, as you say, it is very different.
Yeah, I think it's too different, and we'd have to basically have another break, really. So I think we better just accept that it's different.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah.
So, but the Liberal Democrat amendment you've accepted as friendly.
Very much. So, yes.
There's a substantive motion which is going to come on your screen in a minute. Is your motion, Councillor Parsons, with the Liberal Democrat amendment incorporated?
Can I just make a point of order, Chair? I don't think we should skip through this quickly without thinking about whether or not we can reach something.
We're going to have a debate about this, but I just wanted to make sure that we knew what we were talking about.
No, I'm on about the merging. I'm on about the merging of the motions, the amendments. Just because it's going to take a bit of time doesn't mean we shouldn't do it.
No, okay, right, that's fine. Yeah, all right. So
I don't know how you feel about that, Dave, but I think you're on mute. Dave, you're on mute.
As I say, I can come back with a suggestion if it.
Sorry, Councillor Parsons. Sorry, what did you try to say?
I said I can come back with a suggestion if it's thought it might be considered. I do accept that there are very great, significant differences, but I could make a quick suggestion if it might be helpful.
Please do then.
Okay, right.
I'd like to hear the suggestion.
Yeah, absolutely, Jerry, and you may,
It was Mike actually, Dave.
Sorry, I was in Mike. Sorry, I thought it was Jerry talking there. No, Jerry may want to talk about this as well, but that's there. I mean, essentially, we feel that the white paper is to a certain extent kicking the can down the road. But yes, all right, the developers have a role and all the rest of it, and that's there. But what we do really find difficult is the removal of the last part of the motion, which is that this council urges the government to increase the supply of affordable housing and to urgently implement the LGA's recommendations in the light of the developing recession associated with the COVID pandemic and the expected health crisis which will develop as a result of increasing levels of poverty and deprivation. That's a very key element of our motion. If that could remain in, I mean, it's there on the Conservative amendment, but out, then we could consider bringing the two together.
Yeah. Well, I think with that, Dave, I think we are going to have a break, and you're going to have to discuss this with the proposer of the Conservative amendment. So, if Jill Simpson, Vince, and John Cook would like to meet you in the antechamber and have a chat, we'll break for 5-10 minutes.
Robert,
it's quite important.
That would be difficult. That would be
Oh,
difficult
of
because
course.
Dave's at home, Jill's at home, and John Cook's at home. But I am here. And,
I thought.
I'm here, Izzy.
And yes. So can I suggest we adjourn for a moment? I can have a talk with my group. And then, Helen, perhaps I can come back and talk to you.
Yeah. Okay.
Sorry, Dave. I thought as a
No,
deputy
that's
leader,
absolutely fine, Alan.
you're in Shire Hall. But okay,
Yes.
we'll
No,
do that
fully
then.
understand. That's great. Yeah.
We'll have a group meeting as well, Dave. Yeah.
Yep.
Break for
Absolutely.
10 minutes and
Okay.
reconvene at 1:45. Thank you.
So can I just? So Dave's suggestion is you want to keep in that final sentence.
So, councillors, those are the conversations you need to have in your groups.
Yeah, I was just checking I was just getting clarification to then have that discussion.
Yes.
Okay, we'll be back at 1:45.
Sorry, from the Liberal Democrat side, could I just confirm whether then, when you have those discussions, whether the amendment we've got is accepted, not accepted, chucked in the bin, or whatever?
Absolutely, Jerry.
Quite useful to know. Thank you very much.
We support your amendment, Jerry.
You do, but you then might support the Conservative amendment. or whatever.
No.
Then that.
We only support that if your amendment remains, Jerry.
Could I ask you, councillors, please, to go and have these conversations in your group rather than in the public meeting? Thank you.
the Liberal Democrat one incorporated, and then we've got the Conservative amendment. And I'm going to open it, before we go to the vote, we'll open it for discussion. So I've got no speakers at the moment, but I will wait till people want to talk about it. I do have on speakers now, thankfully, and it's quite an important subject we need to discuss. And the first speaker is Councillor Alan Webb. Alan.
Oh, thank you, Chairman, and good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
There's been an awful lot of consensus today, and I think it's been really super. And it's a shame that we've not been able to quite get this one right as well, because my first inclination is that district councils, the housing authorities, are by far the best people to actually be able to control the amount of affordable, preferably council-run accommodation. But perhaps I could just go back so many years. I remember those heady days when councils did that, but at least they had a grip on homelessness, they had a grip on vulnerability, and they were able to behave in the best way they could, and still would, to be able to make sure that people were well housed as appropriate. We are in the year 2020 for a start. My other comment is really about developers, and whilst I like the idea of having them being pinned down to have to guarantee a minimum amount of affordable housing, if that's where this council finishes up going, it's always going to be an ongoing problem, because developers, in essence, in my experience, and you can argue with me if you like, and I've no doubt some people will, don't really like providing affordable housing. Because it doesn't actually have the return on the more substantial 3, 4, sometimes 5-bedroom houses that they prefer to build, and indeed because it may well the impression that the prestige of the entire housing estate isn't what they would like to be able to sell it as. And it's very difficult, and I know this will be controversial, but it's very difficult to persuade them to actually want to get that balance right. And I think the whole market needs to come round to a much more social line of thinking, so that it's really quite acceptable to have a good mix of properties all over all developments that are done. And if we're not going to talk about councils doing it, then developers really do need to pay attention to that and actually develop a social conscience, stop being driven quite so much by the mighty buck, and to want to build affordable housing and to do it the best possible way, if that's where we're going. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much there. Thank you very much, Alan. The next speaker, and I've got a few now, but this next one is Keith Kandaka. Keith.
Chair, could I just ask, could we have, I've lost the thread of where we are. Could you, where are we going from here? And
well, I thought I'd pointed it out that the substantive motion, Dave, is yours, incorporating the Liberal Democrat.
Right, that's great. So do I get the chance?
They can put it on the screen now if you would like.
No, that's fine, Chair. So what I'm asking is, do I get the chance to respond at the end?
Well, yes, you will, because you're the proposer. You'll be the last speaker. Yeah.
Yes. Thank you, Chair. So I'll come out of the way. Thank you.
Councillor Kandaka. Keith.
Thank you very much, Chair. I have about 300 council homes in my patch. I have some rich homes, some poor homes, and I quite like Weddington. And we need to be providing in the future a mixture of housing. And one of the problems we've had over the last few years is the affordable housing has had to piggyback on the market housing. That worked a bit, but obviously if we're going into 1 to 4 years of recession, the market housing slows right down. And the great thing that councils and similar bodies can do is actually build housing through the recession, particularly for renting. And the renting section of the market is always forgotten, when actually almost everyone starts out by renting somewhere before they move up sometimes to owning. So I'm really keen that these planning changes and finance changes work to actually provide council-like housing. The other problem we got with the houses that piggyback on the market housing is they're delivered far too late. If a developer builds 120 homes, that may require 30 affordable homes, and they're built right at the end of the development time-wise, so you don't get them delivered early. They're built right in the back corners of the development, quite often next to a sewage pumping station or wherever they can shove them to a far corner. And really, we need to do better. And I think this is where councils, district councils and borough councils are actually quite good. They're very bad at some things, but actually, as a housing authority, districts perform well because they know the areas, and if they're properly financed with decent amounts of housing officers and things to look after people, they can do a marvellous job of providing a diversity of housing. The other important thing about letting the funding go to the councils, even if you let the market build houses and you transfer the money to councils to do the social housing, is we can actually build the housing we need. So our council may decide it hasn't got enough homes for over 65s, or it might be young families. Having the council in control of the renting housing sector is really, really useful so that we don't build the wrong thing. Final point, what I say is developers are actually controlling the market. They slow down the delivery of housing if the market is quiet, to keep the prices up and various things like that. And so deliverability is very uncertain, and we're lacking something like a land value tax. Yeah, once they get permission for their 120 homes, they can take as long as they want to develop them, mothball the site if they feel like it, blackmail the council saying the affordable housing is not viable. And we've just got a wasted asset there. Whereas if we start thinking of council managed social housing and have a land value tax on undeveloped but with planning permission sites, we can actually either get developers to finish off, or if sites really are unviable for the market, get these sites handed over to council so they can be finished off. I always remember the site in Bedworth that has been sitting there with, I can't remember how many flats, for a decade unfinished because a developer went broke. Yeah, we need councils to be taking over these struggling sites and providing decent, affordable rented housing with quality housing officers that'll actually look after the tenants. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Keith. The next speaker I have is Councillor John Holland. John.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I agree with what's just been said, and I certainly agree with Councillor Parsons, who put the case for his motion very well researched and very well argued, and incorporating, of course, the Lib Dem amendment. First point that I would make is that we are in the middle of a really serious emergency, and the medical emergency leading to an economic crash, the like of which is something I've never seen in my lifetime. And inevitably, as people's jobs disappear, their ability to pay their rent or their mortgage will disappear with that. And in an emergency, you have to take emergency action, and that is now where we are. I don't accept that we can just pass the buck to our districts and borough councils. First of all, the consequences of homelessness end up with the county council anyway in social services, and the stress and mental health issues end up with public health and the NHS. It's not something we can just say is somebody else's problem. But I'm absolutely astonished that anyone would try and pass the buck to the districts and the boroughs when we've all signed up to unitary as being the way forward. And there may be a difference of view as to whether it should be a single unitary council or two unitary councils, but everyone has signed up to the principle of unitary. And facing this sort of crisis is the time when it's needed, and the government may be holding us back. Well, the government is holding us back, but so what? We can get on with it locally and work together. Now, I know when I've had residents' problems in Warwick, that we have a county social worker based in Warwick District Council's housing department. And in reverse, when I talk to our multi-agency safeguarding hub, they have a Warwick District Council officer based in their hub. So we already have made a start, and I don't see why we can't tackle this problem working in smoothly as if unitary has happened, which we're all signed up to, and then we'll get there and it'll be a smooth transition. There's just one last point I'd like to make about the definition of affordable housing. That I don't think it is affordable. That the affordable housing that is being built as part of planning permissions within the local plan and within outline and detailed planning consents is still beyond the reach of the people who need homes. And actually, I don't think we're getting any affordable housing at all at the moment. Now, clearly, this is a problem that has to be addressed, and whether you agree or disagree with that, Councillor Parsons' motion incorporating Councillor Roothouse's amendment does actually give us a way forward. And I honestly can't see the Conservative amendment giving us anything other than the status quo. And the status quo is just not appropriate in the middle of a crisis where we have people losing their jobs leading to homelessness, and we have all signed up to working together in a unitary basis. So why don't we just do it, which is what Councillor Parsons and Roothouse are proposing, but not what the Conservative amendment leads to. Thank you.
Thank you, John. The next speaker is Councillor Dominic Skinner. Dominic.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to, excuse me, as a road sweeper just driving past my house. I just wanted to raise a couple of points, really. First of all, going back to something that Councillor Cook said about energy efficiency and affordable housing. I don't necessarily agree that affordable housing doesn't have to be energy efficient in any way. I think it also lends that argument that affordable housing isn't necessarily desirable housing. A good design doesn't have to be expensive if done correctly. I think let's not forget that a recent winner of the Architecture Sterling Prize was a social affordable housing development in Norwich. It really should be the aim of all social housing developments across the UK. I'd also like to point out this very government kicked out a white paper back in July 2019 talking about the benefits of using modern methods of construction. So that's modular construction. Something that the mass housing developers are very slow to pick up on, if I'm honest. And that's certainly the way you should be looking to do things. And that really introduces a level of development that is highly energy efficient and extremely cost effective. Pointing towards the end of fuel poverty, which is a massive issue for a lot of people. And I think that's something that very much was at the heart of the Liberal Democrat amendment. My big concern with the Conservative amendment is it goes hand in hand with the government Planning for the Future white paper. There are a lot of concerns I've certainly heard coming out of district and borough representatives, many who sit on this very council, about that particular white paper. I'm just wondering if we really want to walk hand in hand with it. A couple of those issues are about automatically granting planning permission on sites, something that really focuses on quantity over quality of design, pushing local design guides on local authorities who might not have the ability or resources, have been cut back for many years, to deliver on some of those promises, which I think is a real concern. It could lead to pastiche design, something I think is really evident in mass house building at the moment. There are some real concerns as well about how CIL will be calculated. One of the suggestions within that white paper, it will be area based. That could mean that more affluent areas receive more money. I'm not really sure how that goes with this government's idea of levelling up communities, particularly those communities most in need who lent their votes to this government only back in December. I think the Labour and Lib Dem amended motion really puts the power back in the hands of councils, certainly this council. I think it talks about the kind of development we really want to see across Warwickshire. To me, that's development that's affordable, it's desirable, it's accessible, and it's truly sustainable. Development that takes people out of fuel poverty, which is a massive issue. And as always, good architecture should be improving people's lives, not lining the pockets of developers. Thank you.
Thank you, Dominic. The next speaker I've got is Councillor Peter Butlin. Peter.
Thank you, Chair. I've listened to the debate and I like to stick to the motion, and I've kind of witnessed an awful lot of deviation from the motion listening to the debate that I've kind of got before us. Now, if I was wearing my other hat, which is I'm also a borough councillor for Rugby, and I'm also a long-time member and previous chair of the Housing Planning Committee, when I read this motion as a borough councillor, I've got a lot of sympathy with it, which is the Labour motion. But this is the wrong audience for this motion. We are not a housing authority. And the reason for the Conservative amendment to that motion is, where can we kind of get leverage? Where can we kind of say that we've got a legitimate voice in putting this motion forward? And the way in which we've constructed it is we have a voice through the planning consultation. Now, the planning consultation, as anybody, and Dominic should have read it, but there is voice concerns, and some of those concerns were echoed by himself. But that is in the consultation return that we kind of voted through Cabinet the other day. So what we're looking at is, how do we, in an immediate way, fundamentally kind of improve the situation for the building of affordable housing under the legislation and under the powers we currently hold. And I kind of, I was kind of a little bit bemused by John Holland kind of making the case for a single unitary when he kind of voted for it against it the other day. Yes, if we was a single unitary, we would have that authority, but we have not. We are still a two-tier authority, and we have to play to our powers and where we've got influence. And that's why the Conservative motion has been drafted in the way it is. We have a legitimate source of kind of a contribution to that through that white paper and that planning paper to basically kind of affect an increase through that proposal of social housing. The other point in in terms of the white paper, which some people doubt in terms of its ability to kind of increase things, I kind of the problem with planning at the moment, it sustains a monopoly. It sustains a monopoly of 9 mass house builders, and the purpose behind the white paper was to break that monopoly. And that's one of the reasons why I support certain elements of that white paper, because it needs to break that monopoly and kind of bring other people into the market, as well as local authorities such as ourselves. Everybody knows my ambitions to actually, as an authority, to build houses through their property company. We've made that plan, and that is what we're going to do. But how do we influence those mass house builders? And our motion does that. So I have no hesitation to kind of support the motion as proposed by the Conservative motion amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. The next speaker is Councillor Golby. Claire.
Can you hear me okay? It's all right.
We can. Yep, we can.
Yeah. Yeah, I just wanted to make a couple of quick points, really, that we aren't a housing authority. The districts and boroughs are the housing authorities, and they are the ones that actually, they're also the planning authorities. So they are the ones that have direct control over this. An example of how they can help is when we were, I think it was 2017, during the Camp Hill phase 3, I think it was. Don't quote me on that because I might be wrong. With the Camp Hill redevelopment, they actually went back and agreed with the developer to reduce the number of affordable housing on the site, and that's the Labour-controlled council. That's a housing authority. It's not. We have no control over that. Well, I mean, you can shake your head, Dave, but they did. They took it down from 25% to about 16%.
Sorry, I didn't.
So, Councillor Parsons, Councillor Parsons, you will have your chance to speak. Councillor Golby, please continue.
The fact is, it was reduced through the right channels, through the planning channels, because it wasn't economically viable, and that was actually brought back to the planning authority, and it was agreed by the planning authority. So it's the districts and boroughs that have that control. Also, the government lifted the borrowing cap on the HRA budget, so you can actually, as a district and borough, borrow against your HRA to increase your borrowing amount to build more council homes. That was done by the government last year, the year before, can't remember it off the top of my head. So yeah, it was just those points that I wanted to make, that those are all things that are actually relevant to the districts and boroughs, whereas we should be spending our time affecting change where we can, not where we can't. We have no direct influence over the planning authority of the districts and boroughs, and we have no direct control over the housing authorities because they are the districts and boroughs. So really, that's what we should be looking for the districts and boroughs to do, not anything. We can't do this. So I'm supporting the Conservative amendment because I think that's more relevant to what is in our sphere of consciousness and what we can actually affect change over. So that's all I wanted to say about that. Thanks.
Thank you, Claire. Next is Councillor John Horner. John?
Thank you, Chair. It takes time to get the buttons working. Yes, in my view on this is that this is not a topic that is relevant to the county council as configured. Maybe, as Councillor Holland says, in the future, a single unitary might deal with it, but or even for that matter, a two unitary model. But I certainly think it probably should have been this motion should have been thrown out without discussion. But given that we're discussing it, I'll be supporting the Conservative amendment. However, it seems to have sort of moved into a general interest debate, and there was a lot of flack given to developers. And whilst I'm not a friend of developers, it's important to know that rule of thumb, basically 40% of the cost of a house is the price of the plot of land, 40% is the construction cost, 10% is the admin and legal and architectural stuff, and 10% is profit that goes to the developer. I know these numbers because I'm director of a volunteer-driven, volunteer-operated community land trust, and also another housing association called a Benefice, which again is volunteer-run. So our costs are very low. The issue actually is to do with the planning, because if you ration something, prices go up. We, through the planning process, for all the best reasons in the world, ration the amount of housing, that of land for housing, and as a consequence, the prices are high. If we opened up more land and accepted that they might not be built in the most perfect places, then affordable housing would not be an issue. House prices would fall because competition between landowners would drive prices down, and a 60% market value house today would become very feasible. I mean, we're aiming to build, because we've got a good land price, the Land Trust is aiming to build houses at 50% market because we have a cheap land price and we don't make profits. But that is the real issue. It's the planning process and it's the allocation of land, which everybody wants houses to be built in certain places. Nobody wants new housing near them. And we're a democracy, and frankly, councillors do what the electorate wants them to do. But it doesn't help with affordable housing. If there was compulsory purchase, then maybe you'd get away with it. But that would be my only view. Yeah. Anyway, I should be supporting Tory motion as the best of a bad job, I think would be the phrase. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, John. Next is Jonathan Childers. Jonathan?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I was disappointed that we didn't manage to come to agreement on this one, because I think I really appreciated some of the contributions from all sides, particularly from Councillor Parsons and Councillor Simpson-Vince. And I think, the Labour amendment says we need to increase the supply of affordable housing, and Councillor Simpson-Vince very clearly put her finger on the biggest reason that doesn't happen at the moment, which is the way with the financial viability assessments, the numbers just get pushed down and down and down. And so I'm very keen that the central government's new planning white paper and future laws address this concern and these key concerns. And I just think that most local councillors understand this problem because we live it quarter to, month to month, as John Cook said in planning committee. Central government, unfortunately, have been in the pocket of large developers for a long time. And I think we as local councillors from whatever party, but I think particularly Conservative councillors, because your party's in government, have a real opportunity to push to get these problems fixed that we see month to month. I just don't think that at local level this is a party political issue. I think we have to get the message through to central government that this has got to change. And so I don't really mind which version of this motion goes through. I just want to see all of us as councillors and councils around the country push for a planning framework that doesn't allow developers to get away with murder, which they which they do in terms of pushing the viability analysis through. Final very quick point on just the quality of the houses built. That would be my other concern. I think that in the 2010 Cameron government kind of did a Faustian pact with the construction companies, and because the government said we want lots of houses, and the construction companies said sure, we'll give you lots of houses, but throw out all these regulations. And that's what happened, and we've been playing a catch-up game ever since. And so I want to make sure that we do have good quality houses, and I just echo Councillor Skinner and Councillor Butlin's point on we can do houses with low fuel bills, and we should be doing that. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Jonathan. Next to speak is Councillor Adrian Warwick. Adrian.
Thank you, Chair. I'm glad we're not playing just a minute this afternoon, because I think we'd be picked up for deviation and repetition. I'm a little bit saddened and also a little bit confused. Firstly, any developer watching this afternoon is not going to be inspired to want to be in partnership working with the county. We are tarring everybody with the same brush, and I think out there are some developers who do want to work with communities. And my little village of Wolvie, we've got a major development that's coming here, and it's been really pleasing with the positive way that the developers engage with us. They've actually changed the housing numbers on the site that's being allocated to increase what they can supply as affordable housing. And I think that's come about because we have approached them in a partnership manner rather than the devil's ridden into town. What are we going to do with them? And I think sometimes if you sort of engage and discuss and work with, because let's remember, we need house building because the population is increasing. Let's get down to the driver of why house prices are going up and the demand for land. We've got an increasing population, an increasing need for homes and housing. We also have the flip side pressure of the moment you want to develop something, and quite rightly, people are not keen to see the greenbelt ripped up and more houses built. So you have to try and square the circle. It's not possible. It's a very, very difficult position that we find ourselves in. The only way we deal with this is through policy. It is the policy that drives the way that we develop in this country. And the motion that talks to policy is Jill Simpson-Vince's amendment to this, that we deal with this through the planning policy framework, that we come up with a system that works. Until we can all sit down cross-party and have the discussions how we move forward, I don't think we're going to get particularly far with this. But it is a land pressure that is driving the need for housing and driving housing prices. It's an increasing population that is one of the key factors to the housing crisis, and you can't get away from that. You might want to, but you can't. It is the key driver. The demand for houses is increasing because of population growth, and therefore what you get is you get an inflated price as there's competition and demand for the homes that you've got. If you want to build more houses, wonderful, but you've got to decide where you build them, and that opens a whole new can of worms up. So we are in the wrong forum. You know, the county is not the planning authority for housing.
It goes back to the districts and boroughs. And yes, we've had the unitary discussion, but we're not at unitary stage yet. So this needs to be discussed in the right forums. It needs to be addressed through the policy framework. And I think we need to get a little bit more down to the point that we want to work with people rather than tarring all developers with the brush of saying they're all sort of out to make money and aren't interested in the community, whereas in my experiences, many are. Yes, some may not wish to be, but many are. And let's try and work with people and work with policy and move things forward sensibly. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Adrian. Next to speak is Councillor Maggie O'Rourke. Maggie.
Thank you, Chair. A few things. I mean, I disagree when people say, and my fellow colleagues say, that this is nothing to do with our authority at all. That can't be right. We are entirely responsible for the public health agenda and the well-being of the people that we actually sort of represent. So we have got that strategic role. We have got that wider role in terms of addressing health inequalities. And one of the biggest determinants of that is the way people live and what houses they live in. The other thing is, and we all know this is true, the young generation are really struggling. I mean, I don't know about rental prices where you are, but certainly in Rugby, you're looking at about £800 to £900 a month to rent a local property. More and more people, and the data's out there already, are having to stay at home, live at home. The multi-generational families all living together now because they cannot afford either to rent or to buy. And when I look back at this original notice of motion, I mean, what you're saying, it's not our responsibility, but I was sitting in a planning working party meeting the other night where we're talking about the new centralised planning framework, about what we can do and what we can't do. And, you know, to say that we can't do anything, that we can't make representation to the government about increasing the supplies of affordable housing, to me, we're failing the people that we represent if we don't actually do that, because it really is important. The Local Government Association have recognised it as well. We're building up real problems for the future, and the pressures that will come from this will hit our health service, will hit all sorts of things, and we're letting the young generation down. I know, I've been around in politics now for a long time. The biggest report that ever came out years and years ago was a report called the Black Report, and it was all about good housing and housing that, you know, the importance of having good housing for people. It is so important. And I really also would like to say, I agree with Jonathan about these sort of viability assessments. I mean, they're still talking about that and the new white paper stuff that we were having sort of updates on in our meetings in Rugby the other night. They'll have two opportunities to have a viability assessment, one at the start and one at the end. And I'm sorry, it's not worked up to now in terms of how it is when we follow the national framework. These developers are strong, powerful people. I'm not saying they're all bad, but, you know, they've got shareholders they need to please. And clearly they do come back and they will negotiate with their big lawyers and solicitors, and they're damn good at it. And our officers, you know, they struggle with that. So, you know, there is like flexibility in the system, but not flexibility that's meeting the needs of the residents that we actually, you know, we represent. So, you know, there's so much in this, and we do have our part to play, and we should be doing something. We spoke a while ago, and I brought a notice of motion forward about using some of the land that we've got. You know, we've got plenty of it to start, kicking this forward and for us to start, you know, building more social housing. It's absolutely crucial. If we can't do this, then I feel we really failed. Thank you.
Thank you, Maggie. Next to speak is Councillor Helen Adkins. So, Helen, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I'm not going to repeat what a lot of my colleagues have said, but just to say that I'm disappointed. I think that the general trend seems to be now to water down any motion which has any meaning to it. We have to be able to move forward, especially with what's coming ahead in terms of going into recession. We have to be able to talk about the difficult issues, and we have to be able to say things like recession, poverty, austerity. We have to be able to say all those things. Our job is to challenge the status quo, try and change things for the better. And I was disappointed that our approach to the Tories to actually meet some kind of compromise with the amendment was just dismissed and not even discussed with us, and I'm quite upset about that. And I think, as I say, as we move forward, we do have to be able to tackle the big issues and not water down every single motion that comes to the county that has any kind of teeth to it. Thank you.
Thank you, Helen. Now the next speaker is Pete Gilbert. Pete.
No, sorry, Mr. Chairman. I believe that may just be a technical issue. My hand should be down, or should I say, I can't work the system. Sorry, Mr. Chairman.
No, never mind. Thank you very much. Well, that's the last of the speakers I've got on my list, and so, but before we go to the seconders and proposers of the motions and principal motion and the amendment, I have been asked by the legal department to bring to everyone's attention that the Conservative amendment has been tweaked, because they're actually amending a slightly different notice of motion, because it actually includes the Liberal Democrat amendment. So I have been told I have to ask Councillors Simpson, Vincent, John and Councillor John Cook if they would confirm that they still want to move and second this slightly different amendment. Which would be, are you happy with that?
I haven't seen that, to be honest. Has that just come through on email?
Yeah, but it's on the screen now. So you're actually amending a slightly different substantive motion because it includes the Liberal Democrats. I mean, your wording won't change, but it's just you're changing a slightly different. You're amending a slightly different substantive motion. So it's a legal thing. I have to ask you.
I'm just trying to spot the changes in there. Sorry, I'm just reading through it.
But our words, sorry, this is Councillor Sarah Bode, our words aren't there.
No, the Liberal Democrat
amendment. The Liberal Democrat amendment is not in those words.
I can't see any change.
Okay.
I thought I was going mad there from
slight technical hitch.
Our words are not there.
Okay.
I'm quite happy.
Maybe that just the wrong version has been put up.
Yeah, I think it is the wrong version that's been put up, Sarah. So just hold on. We'll put the right version up in a minute. Technical issues here.
In the old days, we just passed around a piece of paper.
I know they call it progress, don't they, Sarah?
Think how many trees we're saving, though.
Gives me a warm glow. Yes, it's coming on. I'll read it. Yeah. Okay. Right. Let's have a look. Right, this is the proposed amendment by the Conservatives, and they're amending the new substantive motion that has the Liberal Democrat amendment in it, incorporated in it.
Unless I'm mistaken, it's still not there.
That's exactly the same, Chairman.
I can't see it.
It's not there.
The Lib Dem one's not in there again.
It is. It is.
Is it?
Which line? Which is zero carbon. Build a new generation of council housing which is zero carbon. That's our bit.
Yeah.
The Secretary of State is not there.
The bit that you put about the Secretary of State, Sarah, isn't in.
Yeah, to allow local authorities to build a new generation of council housing which is zero carbon.
Chairman, may I move the motion be voted on, please?
Point of order, Chair. Point of order.
Am I not going to get my chance to speak?
That is not the Liberal Democrat amendment. The Liberal Democrat amendment does refer to a direct referral
Councillors,
to the Secretary.
please, could you go through the chair, please? Just give us a moment.
Okay, I'm going to take advice on this. So let's just by the legal department, and I will come back to you. So we wanted to be exactly right. I hear what you're saying, Councillor Seckham, but we need to just get the wording right. So I will come back.
I will withdraw that whilst you get the technical information right.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. So the advice is that we're looking at the Conservative amendment, which is as it is. I mean, it is taking out the Liberal Democrat words. So I don't suppose it has really changed is much at all. So that's the proposed amendment by the Conservatives. Now, before we start voting on this, I've been asked to bring to the attention of Councillors Roodhouse and Bode that since their amendment has been accepted and friendly, if you want to speak, you need to speak now.
I'd like
Councillor
to speak
Bode.
now, please.
Yeah, Councillor Bode, right. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. I can't but help but say I'm disappointed in some of the comments that have been made today. Debating stuff that isn't our absolute responsibility has never stopped us before. This local authority has debated and passed and acted on all sorts of things that are not our direct responsibility. And I would have thought commenting on the plight of those who have to depend on private rented accommodation will be something that this council would care very deeply about. Many members have spoken about the issues around constituents, particularly younger people who are struggling to pay a small fortune for private rented accommodation, and particularly at the moment, if they're not able to be on furlough or to get help with wages if they're not able to work, I can't imagine what situation they're in. I'd like to focus particularly on our amendment, which is to add in the words by writing to the Secretary of State to allow local authorities to build a new generation of council housing, which are zero carbon. I would have thought that this little bit of our amendment would actually fit all the climate change policies that we have supported here in the past. I would have thought our climate change champion would be champing at the bit to support this amendment. I mean, it staggers me. If you drive down Europa Way out of the south of Leamington, you're seeing hundreds and hundreds of houses being built, and hardly one has even a solar panel on the roof. And in fact, we had a conversation on Sunday saying surely the planning committee can enforce them to actually put this stuff on, and apparently the planning committee can't. There isn't the legislation there to make them do it. And yet the cost of, I think, as I understand, the cost of putting solar panels onto a house retrofitted is about £6,000–7,000, whereas if you put them on at the time of building, it's incredibly cheap. I think there was a conversation going on before the meeting started again, people talking about, I'm not absolutely clear what people took, Councillor Brain was talking about, but he was saying whatever it is, hot water heating, whatever, is absolutely marvellous. And if we could be building in this stuff into new properties, whether they're council or whether they're not council houses, surely that's got to be better, because we're actually giving these houses zero carbon to start with, so they're cheaper to live in, they're using less energy. It's win-win all round. And surely to have housing that's under the control of the local authority and council housing has got to be a good idea. I would agree. I think it was Councillor Holland that said what's referred to now as affordable housing is not affordable housing. Absolutely right. We've got shared ownership properties being built just down the road from me, and even at a massive discount, they're still far too expensive for local people to afford, and so then they're not being filled up. And as also has been said, developers slow the pace of releasing property onto the market to ensure that the prices stay high. I mean, the price of property in the Leamington and Warwick area is eye-watering, absolutely eye-watering, far, far beyond the reach of people on an average sort of salary. No chance at all of being able to afford it. So we have to give people different options. 40, 50 years ago, young families could expect to be able to get a council house, move into it, stay there. They'd be close to their families. You'd have the area. When I was first elected to the county council, Crown Division, as it was then, had the highest percentage of local authority housing anywhere in the county, about 40%. And we would see families, people living close together. Now there's so few properties that come up. It's a lottery, and people end up getting housed miles away from the family and local support. So it seems to me our amendment is an absolute win-win. Build more council housing and actually make them zero carbon so that they're affordable to live in and good for the environment, good for climate change. So I'm disappointed that the Conservative amendment actually takes out our bit, even though it's been caught up in the amendment for the Conservative Party. I'm very, very disappointed to see that bit come out, because it seems to me ideologically, this is our part of the amendment is a really good big thing to support, and the Labour motion is a really good thing to support as well. And I urge members to vote for the Lib Dem amendment and also the Labour motion, then amended by the Conservative amendment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sarah. Now over to Jerry Roodhouse. Jerry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've never known this county council to be frightened about debating anything which might be affecting other areas, districts, boroughs, as long as it affects the people of Warwickshire and the people that live in Warwickshire and that aspire to live here. So I'm glad the debate has taken place, and I hope that we are never frightened of actually having a wider debate that includes all those things that we should do on there. It's all got a bit messy this afternoon, whether it's something we all ate at lunchtime or something, I'm not quite sure. But going forward, it's quite clear. There's about 1.2 million people on social household waiting lists. And it's quite clear, a lot of those people are never ever going to get into housing. So all we're asking for, and the amendment was extremely clear, was actually to try and urge this government to unlock the Treasury and allow more council house building. And as I said right at the beginning, if you look back in the books, the only time this country actually built the amount of housing that was promised for was actually through local authorities and through council housing. It's never ever achieved the figures that have been promised. And the white paper, I'm afraid, is a dog's breakfast of what's going to be thrown at you. And there's no way that we could accept actually any amendment or motion coming through that actually talks about the white paper. It's an absolute disgrace, and therefore we'll be supporting the Labour motion with our amendment in it.
Yeah, thank you very much, Jerry. I've got no more speakers listed, so I'm going to go to the seconders and proposers. With the amendment, Councillor John Cook as a seconder has already spoken, but Councillor Phillips did preserve her right to speak, so I'll go over to her first. Councillor Phillips.
Thank you, Chair. I've just got a few points to make. With regard to the attitude of this is not our problem, we're not boroughs and districts, I really don't think that's the right attitude. We are corporate parents. We are responsible for health and well-being, and we do own land that could be used for council houses. And we are partners in transforming Nuneaton, which part of the policy is to get more housing into Nuneaton town centre. So we can't say we're not involved in housing and in all those other things, because we are. And just all this is asking to do is to implement what the LGA is asking for, and it's asking us to back what the LGA is asking for. And finally, Chair, just to point out the where we are socially, we are actually on a precipice at the moment of increasing unemployment, and we've got a moratorium on evictions at the moment, but that will end. That won't go on forever. We could be facing mass evictions, and we can't just take this attitude of Pontius Pilate type attitude. It's not our problem, wash my hands, walk away. We shouldn't be doing that, Chair. We should be supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you, Caroline. We now come to the proposers, and first of all, it's the proposer of the Conservative amendment, Jill Simpson-Vince. So, Jill, over to you.
This has been quite a long debate. As far as I recall, I was talking about viability and viability sites with developers. I didn't say anything about pushing this over to the districts and boroughs. I was saying that actually, if we look at viability, of developer viability, that's helping the districts and boroughs. So I'm not quite sure where this argument this afternoon kind of got twisted around. In terms of affordable housing, quite often districts and boroughs will buy housing off the developers and have it as affordable housing, social housing. So most new developments you'll go through, the affordable housing isn't necessarily all shared ownership, it is a mix. And that's what we need to encourage. Councillor Skinner's comments about the social housing in Norwich. Yeah, as someone who comes from Norwich, I was very delighted to see that scheme, and I think it is brilliant. And if we could only get everybody to do that, that would be fantastic. But in the real world, it's a little bit more difficult, we know, to try and get developers to do exactly what we would like them to do. I think the first point is coming back to policy. We need to change policy. We need to make sure that the developers are able to show us if it's not viable to build on a site. But equally, I think we need to try and make sure that we can get those homes where it is viable, and that we do increase the affordable and social housing stock across the county. And now I would suggest we go to the vote. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Jill. And the last speaker will be the proposer of the substantive motion, which is Councillor Dave Parsons. The floor is all yours, Dave.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, an apology to Councillor Gorby. I did intend to shake my head. I didn't intend to interrupt. I'm afraid my mute button wasn't as I thought it was. So apologies there. I seem to be always apologising for my mute button, but I'll try and get it right. Now, for the real issue, I am disappointed that we haven't been able to achieve a consensus today, because I think this is such an important issue. It deserves consensus. There's been some excellent points made in the debate, and actually the one that isn't excellent is the point that this is nothing to do with us. It's the districts and boroughs. We are the health authority. I taught for many years in Birmingham. I taught children who lived in damp and very, very ropey homes. And oddly enough, those children didn't do very well. Their education was damaged, their lives were damaged, and that is still going on in Birmingham. It's still going on in Warwickshire, and actually, apparently, we're okay about that. Health is our consideration. There is no bigger factor in health than a decent home. Mental health, physical health, they are dependent on this. Absolutely. It is our affair, and to say it isn't is rubbish, I'm afraid. When we're looking at this, yes, the LGA proposal is right. I mentioned £920 million taken out of the housing budget by the government in 6 years. That was between 2012 and 2018. Let me get it right. And that money is taken away, and that housing is devalued. We've heard about breaking the monopoly. Absolutely, we do need to break the monopoly. We need to build council houses again. There's no question of that. We need to build council houses. And when we look again, 63,124 homes sold and 15,000 built in a period of 6 years. It's the sums are there. What we're looking at is a real problem. We're looking at a recession. We're looking at a real recession and real problems. And these matters are going to get worse. This isn't somewhere down the road. This is happening now, and it's only going to get worse. The Chancellor knows it's happening and talks about it. Even the Prime Minister has talked about a bumpy road, but we're ignoring it. Put our heads in the sand, it'll go away. No, it won't. This is what we're looking at. Now, of course, what we need to look at as well is what we're being told by outside agencies. International Study for Fiscal Unity there. One of the factors that has led to 40% increase in work poverty is the fact that housing costs have risen much more for low-income households than for higher-income households. That's happening now. Cardiff University, if policy does not do more to tackle rising housing costs, then it seems likely that these will eat up gains made elsewhere, for example, in terms of the planned increases in the minimum wage. What we're looking at are real problems. We could take a move today to try and influence the Secretary of State, who after all has a little bit of influence in these matters. The Liberal Democrat amendment said go to the Secretary of State, and they were right, because that's where we need to go. It's no good kicking it down the road to the white paper. People need help now. We need homes now. We need decent homes now. We need councils to be building houses again. The money is there. It's being taken away. We need to look at this. We need to think about it. If we want to actually honour our pledge to level up in our county, never mind the country, if we want to honour our pledge to be concerned about our most vulnerable residents, then actually it's the Labour and Liberal Democrat motion that you need to vote for. Obviously, as a Conservative group, you can vote through your amendment. You can do that. But what you should be thinking about is not can we do it, but is it right to do it? I would suggest it isn't. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Dave. Well said. I'd now like to go to the vote. And of course, first of all, we will be voting on the Conservative amendment. So I'd like to ask the Chief Executive to take the vote. Thank you, Malika.
Sorry, Chair, could we ask for a recorded vote on the amendment?
Of course you can. I need two other volunteers. John Holland.
Happy to support that.
Yeah, okay. So we've had three members who want to go to this recorded vote, so that's what we'll have. Thank you.
Okay, Adkins.
This is the Tory amendment, Monica. Yeah. Against.
Barker. Joe Barker. Councillor Barker. I'll come back to you. Bell. Councillor Bell. Councillor Bell. Birdie.
For.
Bode.
Against.
Brain.
For.
Butlin.
For.
Caborn.
For.
Cargill.
For.
Chilvers.
Against.
Clark.
For.
Coburn.
For.
Cook.
For.
Crump.
For.
Darmash.
For.
C. Davies.
Against.
N. Davies.
Against.
Dervix. Oh, apologies. Falp.
Against.
Fradgley.
Against.
Gifford.
Against.
Gilbert.
For.
Hussain.
Against.
Golby.
For.
Gran. Councillor Gran. Hayfield.
For.
Holland.
Against.
Horner.
For.
Jens.
For.
Core.
For.
Condacor.
Against.
Morgan. Councillor Morgan. O'Rourke. Oh, sorry, is that you, Jeff?
Yeah, sorry, Monica.
Thank you. O'Rourke.
Sorry, against.
Panda.
For.
Parry. She's gone. Parsons.
Against.
Phillips.
Against.
Redford.
For.
Rickards.
Against.
Roberts.
For.
Rolfe.
Against.
Roodhouse.
Against.
Sargent.
For.
Second.
For.
Simpson Vince.
For.
Skinner.
Against.
Timms.
For.
Warwick.
For.
Webb.
Against.
C. Williams. Councillor Chris Williams. Councillor Chris Williams.
4.
P. Williams. Councillor P. Williams. Pam Williams.
4.
Right. Thank you, Pam. Right.
4.
Councillor Barker. Joe Barker.
4.
Councillor Bell. Is Councillor Bell on or off?
Offline. Councillor Bell's offline.
Okay.
Chair, sorry, Monica, Seb Gran couldn't put his unmute button on, so he is in the chat.
Yeah, 4. I've
4.
managed to unmute now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any abstentions? No. So the Conservative amendment is carried with 13 votes for and 19 against. So that now becomes a substantive motion.
Okay, so we're going to vote on the substantive motion now. Do you want to record it or? No, in that case, there's no need really, we'll just go hands. Chief Executive.
Could I ask you to raise your hands if you are in support of the new substantive motion? Thank you, councillors. If I can have any votes against now, please, new hands. Just wait for hands to come down. So I'm now asking for votes against, please. I have Adkins, Parsons, Condacor, Rolfe, Jill Simpson, Vince, Judy.
No, my hand would have come down.
I thought so. Falp, Gifford, Holland, Phillips, Roodhouse, Webb, Skinner, O'Rourke, C. Davis, Fradgley and Bode.
God knows what we did there.
Any abstentions? Hands down, please. Any abstentions? No abstentions, so that's the same numbers as previously. More for than against. So.
Okay, thank you very much. That's been carried. So we now go to item 11 on the agenda. Members' question time. We have 4 that have been submitted so far. Obviously, you can add your hand up any time. But the first 4, Councillor Jerry Roodhouse is asking the first 3. So, Jerry, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I submitted a question to Councillor Les Caborn. The council adopted the Dignity and Care 10 points following a motion in 2007. Could the portfolio holder confirm what actions have been taken to ensure that these 10 points have been followed through and continued?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, pleased to answer that. As you'll see, this has been ongoing for some time, and over that time, practices have changed. But to go take it as a whole, this is fully bedding in all our commissioning and in our quality assurance and in our contract management practices. All commission providers are monitored and managed through the People Quality Group assurance, and the ethos of that is see, hear and act, and added to that we now see my strengths. This model focused on the principles that all commission providers within Warwickshire will ensure that the customer's support needs, dignity, safety and quality of life is central to the service and delivery practices and all services around them. This practice is validated and checked to ensure that there is real evidence of this being fully embedded. And I'll give you a couple of examples of this. Provider workforces are fully trained and mentored to ensure their practices are safe and effective. Whistleblowing cultures are promoted and rigorous safeguarding preventative practices are in place throughout the health and social care system within the authority and our providers. Service specifications, and this is a critical one, that commission providers must adhere to are person-centered in nature, and regular performance monitoring and key performance indicator collection takes place to validate this approach. And this does include ongoing engagement with families and customers about their experiences of support to their loved ones. Providers must become a central part of their local community, offering customers opportunities to engage in local community activity that may interest them, and in turn assist in and maintaining their independence and combat isolation and loneliness, and again, very topical at the present time. We expect that care plans and ongoing reviews of support are fully inclusive and are led by family members and customers to ensure that support remains tailored and unique. Again, part of our See My Strengths work. Finally, we work very closely with the CQC as a regulator and with Warwickshire Health Watch, who we commission, to continue to adapt our support and guidance to the commission provider market to ensure that dignity, safety and quality assurance is central to all commission services throughout Warwickshire. So it's part of our day job, and I'm happy to send this reply to all members, and also I can send a list of the dignity in care list so you are more aware of what the issue is about. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Les. Do you have a follow-up question, Councillor Roodhouse?
Just a brief one. I thought it might be a good full reply from Les. Can I thank you for that very much? Would you be willing to, during these difficult times also, to write and get a message out to all care homes and providers about the Dignity in Care Network, which shares good practice and also shares stories as well, and act as a support network to people out there?
Yeah, happy to do that, Chair. We'll discuss with officers and see it's dealt with.
Thank you, Les. Okay, Councillor Jerry Roodhouse, your next question was to Cam Core.
It's quite a long question, but basically, in summary, it's about we're having to rely on, as we've noticed today, connectivity and broadband and the rest of it, which is now a really main utility for everybody in this new world that we live in. And I'm asking if we could write to the Secretary of State for Department for Digital, Culture and Media and Sport with a copy to the LGA, highlighting the concerns about providers and their very, 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 very poor service to customers, and to actually call for some better standards in customer care going through these times.
Okay, Councillor Core.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, may I thank Jerry for the question, which raises a really important issue. I completely agree with you that secure and reliable access to fast internet services has been critical to everyone, especially as a result of COVID-19 pandemic and the increasing need to work from home. I can inform you that we already have plans in place to improve digital connectivity across Warwickshire, including fibre and 4G, 5G mobile connectivity. Internet service providers are an additional link in the connectivity system, and it's also essential that we maintain a good level of performance. I know that not all areas are as rosy as we want, and there are some specific hotspots within Warwickshire. So I will certainly raise your concerns with DCMS. I would suggest at this stage we speak with our contact in DCMS, one of the senior policy advisors working within the barrier busting task force in DCMS, and get these concerns shared with both Ofcom and the Secretary of State. Hopefully by taking this course of action, we can escalate and work towards a resolution of the problem. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Cord. Do you have a follow-up question, Jerry?
Can I thank Cam for the answer? And I did hope that actually, fair enough, raising it with somebody in DCMS, fine, but I would also like that to go to the LGA and still go to the Secretary of State as well, really, because I think unless we make faster moves on this, you know, some of these companies are not playing the proper game.
We could do that, Chair.
Thank you. And your third question, Jerry, is to Councillor Heather Timms or Councillor Izzy Seckham, and I don't know who's going to take it. But I'll ask it anyway.
It's me, Chair.
Probably Heather.
Heather, right, yeah, okay.
Well, basically, again, the County Council is a major landowner. It has a lot of school playing fields, and I know some of those are in academies. So I'm urging if the portfolio holder for climate change and or the leader would agree to write to all academies and schools under local authority control, asking them to identify areas that do not need grass cutting and could be used to support pollinators, and asking them to also identify areas where extra trees can be planted, and also to bring forward quickly a policy for the increasing of pollinators and trees on county council owned land.
Okay, thank you for the question, Councillor Roadhouse. As councillors will be aware, Warwickshire County Council has been involved in promoting biodiversity and has in place a biodiversity strategy. The council has been recognised nationally as the first biodiversity net gain local authority in the country. The council plan and the COVID recovery plan commits the council to increase biodiversity and ecology through green corridors, environment banks and tree planting, maximising the use of available grants. The council is actively exploring how to use its current and future estate to increase tree cover and other habitat management to combat climate change. The county's highways forestry team actively works with volunteer groups and with schools to assist with tree planting across the county. I will ask the forestry team to write to all schools in the county to make them aware of the tree planting services they provide and to encourage them to consider planting trees where appropriate, and hopefully to help with climate adaptation. I would also stress that I have recently met with the Woodland Trust about tree planting and the tree kits that they provide to parish councils and community groups, which can also include schools, and I'll be including that in the letter that I asked the forestry team to write. Thank you.
Thank you, Heather. Do you have a follow-up question to that, Councillor Roodhouse?
Can I thank Heather for the reply? And I believe Sarah Bode has a follow-up, which is allowable.
Yep, okay. Sorry, I didn't see that. Councillor Bode.
Thank you, Chair. Can I thank Councillor Timms for her very positive answer there. I know that tree planting is very popular at the moment, but actually that's good that it's popular. It's a really good thing to do. I mean, for example, I sit on Leamington Town Council, and we've spent hundreds and thousands of pounds over the years that we've been in existence doing that, just that, planting street trees, and that's a really good thing. Sadly, at the moment, what we're seeing across the county, or great swathes of the county, is HS2 destroying trees, cutting down 300-year-old oak trees in Hunningham simply because it's on a service road, not even actually on the railway. I appreciate that HS2 are a law unto themselves and can pretty much do what they like. But can I ask Councillor Timms and anybody else who can help to implore HS2 not to cut down trees unless it's absolutely essential? They seem to be clearing great swathes of hedgerow out nowhere near the railway. I think our countryside, particularly sort of northeast of Leamington, is going to be unrecognisable if they carry on at this rate. So can I ask that Councillor Timms and perhaps Councillor Seckham as well implore HS2 to stop desecrating our countryside unless it's absolutely essential? Thank you.
Councillor Timms.
Yeah, I will certainly ask our officers to take a look at that and see what we can do to support these trees not coming down. I do agree, 300-year-old oak trees are just so precious to our county, but obviously HS2 has followed all the planning rules, I assume, but we will need to make sure that's the case. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Heather. The last question that was submitted before today was from Councillor Bill Gifford to Councillor Les Caborn. So, Councillor Gifford.
Yes. Les, as COVID-19 numbers rise, especially in and around the University of Warwick campus, I'm sure that we're all concerned for the welfare of the young people who have moved into our area. But what actions, such as providing food and other basic commodities to students who are having to self-isolate at home, are the County Council taking with Coventry City Council to ensure their safety and that any increased COVID-19 infections amongst Warwick University students do not spread to the wider community in Coventry and Leamington?
Thank you, Chair. This is a different question to which I was asked yesterday, and this one came in this morning. So I'll deal with the infection part of it, but the question of food supplies, I have not as yet got an answer to. But just to say that the authority and public health and Coventry Council have been working with Coventry City Council and Warwick University and Coventry University for some considerable time. So we've ensured aligned communications to both students and local communities about the action the university is taking to ensure the return to university is as safe as it can be. And the university has been very clear about the student code of conduct and expectations of students. So we've done a joint letter through our communications to all students, and a similar letter variation of it has also gone jointly to all landlords, because landlords are critical as we look after the student population. We're ensuring a robust data collection system in place, so all cases of COVID-19 amongst Warwick University students and staff are communicated to ourselves at Public Health on a daily basis, so then we can do our incident management work and our local risk assessment to be undertaken. So we are jointly on top of that, and similar work is happening in Coventry with Coventry University, because only about 4% of Coventry University staff and students are in Warwick District, but that figure rises to about 45% for Warwick University. So it is as the questioner has said, that is a far bigger issue, and they are concentrating in Leamington, as I appreciate. So we're assessing and responding to local risks and outbreaks. But note that the vast majority of outbreaks at the moment have been on the Coventry campus rather than in our area. And we're planning events such as the need to lock down particular student buildings. And again, that at the moment mainly applies to the Coventry campus rather than to houses in occupation in Leamington. But we are totally aware that things could change, and as we are all aware, the situation is rapidly changing. Then we've got regular operational meetings between ourselves and Coventry Council Public Health. Both universities are in the room, and then we have strategic meetings chaired by Coventry Council Director of Education, at which Public Health from Warwickshire are in the room. So again, every chance we get, we are working together. Again, both universities are in that room, and then they are then reviewing the current position and key partnership actions that are required. And there's a University of Warwick rep also sits on our county council strategic emergency planning group. So again, they're in the room at every occasion we can, and we are working very well together across the whole of the piece. And I will get an answer on the question of food or supplies for students in lockdown in houses as well, but I haven't that at the moment. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Les. Do you have a supplementary question, Bill?
I'd really just like to I'd like to thank Les for that comprehensive answer, and I fully understand why he wasn't able to give such a comprehensive answer to the first bit, because that was a last-minute addition, which I could have put as a supplementary, but it seemed more sensible to put it as part of the question. but Les is Councillor Caborn is absolutely right that at the moment the infection rate seems to be about 10 times as great at Coventry University as it's per 100,000 as it is in Leamington. My fear, and I think the fear of a lot of people, is that there could be a transmission between the two. Yeah. Thank you.
I will circulate this answer, Chairman, then everybody can read it and take any questions if they come back from it.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, well, before I go on to any more questions, can I just ask councillors if they want to speak today to put their hands up, because it's impractical for me to look at the chat room for requests for questions. So if you want to speak, put your hand up. So the first one is Councillor, on my list is Councillor Dominic Skinner. Dominic.
Thank you very much, Chair. I have a question for Councillor Caborn. As the three Stratford-based county councillors, Jenny, Kate and I have been really concerned to read in the Stratford Herald recently that a business case is being put together to review the future of the minor injuries unit in Stratford and the Ellen Badger First Aid Centre in Shipston. I was also a little bit surprised to receive that information via local media, because I had contacted the portfolio holder back on the 12th of August to request an update about the minor injuries unit in Stratford and some clarification about when it was going to open, about its long-term future, and hadn't yet received a definitive reply on that. Having two small children, and including a rather adventurous little boy, our family used the minor injuries unit quite a lot, as you can imagine, and I can testify to the absolute excellence and swift care on offer there. The service is vital to our growing communities that not only serve the towns of Stratford and Shipston, but also the many surrounding villages and hamlets. The current minor injuries provision at Warwick Hospital is just not that accessible for a lot of residents who don't drive or struggle to use public transport. During a time of increased strain on the NHS and GP services, a service like the MIU and the First Aid Centre really help to reduce hospital admissions and really act as a triage service, therefore dealing with the less serious cases that would otherwise clog up resources that are so desperately needed at the moment elsewhere. There is also the concern that those who cannot easily reach a more centralised service will then opt to go without medical care, potentially increasing the risk to themselves. In light of so many residents who have contacted Jenny, Kate and myself about the reopening of the MIU in Stratford, and also those residents who are concerned about the situation in Shipston, please can the portfolio holder confirm to us when the business case will be presented before this council for scrutiny, when local residents were going to be consulted on any potential changes to these services, and will he commit to keeping both the minor injuries unit in Stratford and the First Aid Centre in Shipston open? Thank you.
Chairman, I did respond to Councillor Skinner and said I had not got an up-to-date answer, or it had not been decided where with Swift what was happening to those units. I had an offer today of an update on the Helen Badger situation, which I've been asking for, and I've had an email today asking me if I'd like a briefing, which I will do with after this meeting. And at my next regular meeting with Anne Coyle as the Managing Director of Swift, that is on my list to be raised again, because they are the ones that are making the decision. And if it's a major change, then it will obviously have to come to HOSC as well. But that is the situation at the moment, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Skinner, do you have a follow-up question?
No, thank you very much. I'm sorry, apologies, Councillor Caborn, if I missed your reply. I've had a little look back through my emails today and I don't seem to have it, but yeah. No, I appreciate that. But I just want to stress the fact that residents are getting really concerned, particularly in Stratford, about the MIU. And I think some kind of update, if we can pass on to those about what is happening, would be really, really welcome. Thank you.
Not a problem. When I have that, I will do it. It obviously did get affected by the COVID situation, which we're also aware of at the moment.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Les. The next speaker is Councillor Helen Adkins. Helen.
Thank you, Chair, and apologies for not submitting this question. It's something that I referred to earlier today when we were talking. I think it was agenda item 3. It's the school deficit situation. So a number of months ago now. I think it's moving towards a year. So this question is for Councillor Hayfield. We passed a motion that was to instigate a report about how the county was going to support schools in deficit across Warwickshire. I haven't received that report. I haven't received a draft of that report. Is that report being done? If not, why not? Thank you.
Councillor Hayfield.
Yes, thank you for that. The officers have an officer group that I attend that's specifically related to school finances and deficit budgets. My recollection was that a report had been asked for by overview and scrutiny, and that was going to come as a note form, I thought. Now, what I can't remember is whether it went to the last overview and scrutiny, because I wasn't able to attend that because it clashed with the cabinet meeting, or whether it's going to be a note for the next overview and scrutiny meeting. But I will chase that up. What that will be effectively will be a position statement on where we are at whatever point that note was written. It is a fluctuating situation. There are some schools that stay in deficit for quite long periods of time, and then there are others that go in and out on the margins, that go in and out of deficit on a year-by-year basis, even less than a year, but term-by-term basis. So it's a very it's a broad spectrum of schools and a broad spectrum of deficits that are built up, but I will follow up on that, and I'll get back to Councillor Adkins either on whether the note has already been issued and for some reason it wasn't fully circulated, or whether it's yet to be issued, in which case I will ensure that she's on the circulation list.
Have you got a supplementary question, Helen?
Yeah, it was. I don't know whether we've got missed lines of communication, but it was not a position statement. So it's not a position statement. We know which schools are in deficit. I've seen a report on that. This report was going to be how the county was going to support schools in deficit. And it went through as a Labour motion. It was voted through, and I can't remember the exact date. It's probably, maybe we can have the follow-up after this, Colin, and you can fill me in on exactly what's happened since that motion went through. But there's a definite motion, went through, it was introduced by myself, got to be a year ago, and they've had nothing. And I'm not saying that we're not supporting schools in deficit, but I would like what there was to be a thorough report as to what was going on. Thank you.
In which case, Chair, my apologies to Councillor Adkins, and perhaps if she could send me a very brief note on this, I will use that as a prompt to circulate to other officers to find out exactly where we are on that.
Well, I would think it would just be a question of going back and somebody finding, maybe in the Democratic Services Department, finding out when the motion was passed.
Perhaps it could be taken out afterwards. I think we've had that question. I don't believe that this one was held as, I think, Helen, my recollection of this is we are not allowed to pay for deficits in councils, but I would suggest that we get this out of the council meeting and get the absolute iterative recommendation and take it out of here.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Second. In that case, there's nothing much else to say about that. I'll move on to Councillor Gandaka. You have a question. Keith.
Thank you, Chair. This is for Councillor Heather Timms. Now that the move to unitary has been put in the medium length grass for a little while, we really need to review forming a joint waste authority. A joint waste authority could actually give us some cost savings, but more importantly, give us a better service in terms of education, electric bin lorries, etc. And I'd like to ask Councillor Timms if you can have another go at badgering the districts who are now in some financial difficulties to see if now's the time's right to get a joint waste authority, because I think it would be good for the whole county. Thank you.
Councillor Timms.
Thank you, Councillor Kondaka. I think the Warwickshire Waste Partnership is where this would be progressed, and at the moment they have no wish to take it further. Obviously, we will carry on working with them and looking at how we can promote joint working within our responsibilities around collection and disposal. And we'll take as much as we can possibly forward on climate change. And certainly we have plans to be able to introduce more climate change aspects to the normal waste partnership conference that we have in the spring. So I think it's watch this space. Thank you.
Do you have a supplementary question, Councillor Kandaka?
Yes, please. I'm very keen for us to get electric bin lorries and joint education, because one of the problems is all the councils have different rules and different, same as COVID, isn't it? It'd be good if the Waste Partnership had more money and a more joined up approach. So can Councillor Timms say at least we're going to try and joint procurement for things like waste lorries, because that would be really good to get the electric ones on stream.
Do you want to comment on that, Councillor Timms?
I think that's for the waste. I'll take that back to the Waste Partnership.
Thank you very much. The last question, person I have asking a question is at the moment is Councillor Daniel Gisane. Daniel.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. My questions to Councillor Caborn, and apologies for not giving the notice of this. I will send an email. I'm not sure if I get a complete answer today. But it's about the performance report from the CCG. The latest one I could find was late 2019. I've not found anything since, and obviously we have got COVID, and there's probably things to wait to come out, and they can take a while to be published. But it's on the quality assurance framework. There's a couple of things that we're involved in with CWPT, so the partnership trust that we commission. Obviously we know the issues with CAMS. Then we've got the issues with the child and adolescent ASD and ADHD service, where the waiting times were in North Warwickshire, they were 36 weeks, some of the longest, but we're now seeing the longest for like nearly 2 years. And some of the things that come out of the report last year were that Public Health Warwickshire were going to be assessing the needs and looking at what else we could do and putting some recommendations in for delivering a better service and a better time. And CWPT had promised to, I think they had paid for an external provider to get more slots, but the time frame has gone up. So I would like to know if we're doing anything to try and bring that down. What's happened with the external provider? Has the service level just increased? We've got more referrals, or are we just struggling? I'm not sure why it's gone so wrong when we put more money into the system. And then obviously the adult ADHD service was commissioned as well. That was part of the same thing that Public Health Warwickshire were looking at. Again, there is no service for some users who've been previously in the system. So if they're not, CWPT has no service for them. They're just kind of just left in limbo. There are services nationally now, and the NHS has commissioned or has directly been involved with CCGs across the country for some services that have been doing virtually. There've been issues in a couple of places. Warwickshire hasn't had them, and the NHS, one of the chiefs of the NHS agreed then for this to go national. If people are having this service and they're having problems on waiting lists, that they can refer themselves to this other provider, and the CCG, if they don't pay for it, the NHS England will then go back to them and deal with the issue to try and reduce waiting times and to get people the service they need. So I've heard of that. I've spoke to the service and I'm dealing with it and seen what's gone on there, but that's not published. So the people waiting on these long waiting lists and you know, some of the issues they had, apparently they're getting support from Mind in the meantime, families are getting support. That's not always there either. So what are we doing then if we can't cut down these waiting times, to just signpost people to other available services and make it known that there is help available. If we can't go to a physical location, if CWPT can't provide that, you can go off elsewhere and get the treatment you need or support you need, whether that's virtually. But people still don't know that. I appreciate if you haven't got an answer right now, but it would be good to know if you could come back to us. And that's it, thanks.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. No, much of that has been discussed at scrutiny, but no, that's far too much to answer off the cuff, because the facts need to be right and the information I give out needs to be right. I'd appreciate a short email with the headlines in Daniel, and then I'll progress it and make certain we get a quick response. But certainly, because it means going to the CCGs and CWPT, because we're not one CCG yet. We are, and obviously you're particularly concerned about the North. So I'll go to the North CCG and to CWPT. But I appreciate just a quick reminder list, and I'll get you an answer as soon as possible. And thank you for the question. It's very pertinent.
Do you have a follow-up question, Councillor Gisane?
No, that's perfect. I'll send an email to Councillor Caborn, and thanks, Chair.
Okay. I have another hand up, Councillor Keith Kandaka. Keith.
Thank you, Chair. This question is for Councillor Jeff Clark. On the Transforming the Nuneaton Highways plan, there's £430,000 for temporary tree planting and landscaping where the transport interchange is planned to be outside the railway station. Can I ask Councillor Clark how long he expects the temporary trees and landscaping to be outside the railway station until the transport interchange is built, and if he's going to relocate the trees somewhere else at that point, like he's going to relocate the dandelion fountains and the Gurkha monument? Thank you.
Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Chair. At this stage, as you probably know, this is in design stage and development, so it's impossible to actually state the timescales in relation to the development of that area. What I'm happy to do is I'll get further information as it comes available, and obviously provide that to Councillor Condacore. Thank you, Chair.
Do you want to come back on that, Councillor Kandaka?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I am quite concerned about trees being temporarily planted because there's a big carbon impact in growing full-scale trees, and if you're landscaping with trees at massive expense and then moving them on, I think we do need to know if that is a short-term measure for maybe a year or two, or whether we're actually planning to landscape it permanently outside the railway station, and it might be many decades before we get the transport hub. So I think some order of timescales is useful, even if Councillor Clark can't give us exact dates.
Do you want to comment on that, Jeff?
Happy to just take on board those comments. Obviously, it is important to ensure whatever we do is sustainable within the developments. So we'll take those comments on board, and happy to have further conversations offline, Chair, if that's agreeable.
Thank you. I have no more people indicating they want to ask a question, so that's Les Caborn. You put your hand up.
Just a quick point of information, Chairman. Following the question on universities, I've now had emailed to me the poster and the joint letter to students, and I'll see all members get that.
Thank you, Les. Thank you very much. Well, I have nobody else indicating they wish to speak, so that's the end of the members' question time. I have no items of urgent business. So thank you for your time today. Thank you for your patience with the stuttering technology we've had, but thank you very much, and I'd like to declare this meeting closed. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much, Chairman.
Bye.